Okay, so let me come and pick out someone myself. So we are having a recap. Ulijifunza nini jana? What did you learn yesterday? And what are your expectations for today? So any volunteer before we pick out someone? This row?
I can pick out someone.
Okay.
There's a hand here already.
Okay, let's hear from Johnny, but we'll still need another person.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to day 2. The big thing I learned yesterday was that effectively there are going to be a number of job losses. So the figures quoted by the American speaker was 800,000 jobs in Tanzania. And the real thing that interests me is how will we repurpose those jobs to do value-added services so they don't lose their jobs and we create additional jobs. So only 250,000 jobs will be created, but we'll lose about 800,000, and that's in most economies. So that's what I learned, that we've got to be creative around how we create opportunities for those new jobs and different jobs that we don't even know about today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for Johnny. Yes. His namesake shared that information, and the highlight of that is 250 new jobs will be created with AI. So by show of hands, who's using AI now? Using AI? Okay. A representative, have you picked someone? Grace has picked a wonderful person over there. You can tell us your name. You can speak in English or Swahili. What did you learn yesterday?
My name is
You can stand up for recognition.
Shabani Katanga from Dar es Salaam. I'm from and Dodoma, working at the National Social Services Office. Yesterday, what I learned is about the relationship between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. That artificial intelligence cannot work or operate without human intelligence. So the level of relationship between artificial intelligence and human intelligence.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Yes, row 2. Any volunteer before Grace reaches? Okay, Grace, you can pick a volunteer. Ulijifunza nini jana?
Habari ya asubuhi. Kwa bahati mbaya nilichelewa sana, kwa hiyo sikupata chochote kwa jana.
Naitwa Jamila kutoka mamlaka ya viwanja vya ndege. Jana tulijifunza namna, madam wetu hapa alituambia kwamba leo tutakuja kujifunza namna how digital AI itakavyotuwezesha sisi HRs katika kufanikisha kazi zetu za kila siku, how to organize people katika kazi zetu. Kwa hiyo na leo natarajia kupata mengine zaidi ambayo ataweza kutusaidia katika kurahisisha kazi zetu.
Asante sana. Let's clap for her. Yes, and finally, a representative from this row.
Habari nzuri. Naitwa Caroline. Jana nilichojifunza kwamba jinsi gani tunaweza tukatumia AI kwa ajili ya HR na jinsi gani itakavyoweza kwenda kutusaidia kazi, na tusiwe na mentality kwamba AI inaenda kupunguza, itaenda kureplace kazi zetu, lakini itaenda kutusaidia na ili mambo yaweze kufanyika kwa haraka.
Asante sana. Let's clap for her. Maybe one more person from Kenya. You can choose any of the ladies.
Good morning. Kwa majina ni Penina kutoka Kenya. What really stuck with me yesterday was HR plus AI equals to ROI.
HR plus AI equals to ROI. Let's say it together. HR plus, let's say it together, please. HR plus AI equals
ROI.
Thank you very much. So let's clap for everyone who
I
has
have one person
participated.
here.
Okay, one more person.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Yeah, what I remember yesterday, the minister's speech, he said that all what will be discussed into this digital summit should be translated into actionable plans. That's what I remember.
Okay, let's clap for him. Thank you. Asante sana. So today we're going to dig a little deeper. We will have a keynote address about the labor markets in the digital era. We will see opportunities versus the disruptions that are causing it, which will be followed by a speech about modern workforce monitoring and next-gen HR technology. And after the coffee break, we'll have a talk on innovating ethical recruitment with digital momentum, leadership roundtable, themed mastering digital transformation in today's workforce. And then that will be followed by a panel discussion on the transformative power of AI and emerging technologies in the workplace. Those are global opportunities and challenges. So thank you, Grace, for leading the day today. Let's clap for ourselves as we open up our minds to learn more.
Let's appreciate Shamim. Tumpigie Shamim makofi. Shamim ametoka Uganda. Kule kwa wanajiita Pearl of Africa. Wako na ndizi kushinda watu wa Morogoro. Ama nimechoma? Yeah? Nimechoma? All right, so we want to get into the conversation of this morning. And we are privileged to have Mina Mileri, who is the Executive Director kutoka World Employment Confederation. She has been there since June 2025. She focuses on accelerating organizations' global growth and influence by spearheading strategic initiatives that shape the world of work. She brings 20 years of leadership experience in global and European non-profit organizations and has spent the past decades in the Junior Achievement Network, which prepares the next generation for the world of work through experience in work readiness, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy across Europe. She's the Chief Advocacy and Growth at JA Europe, and she has been driving external stakeholder engagement, including EU and international policy collaboration, communication, and marketing to empower increasing numbers of youth with economic opportunities and building bridges between education, employment, and entrepreneurship. She holds a master's degree in international relations from Sciences Po Paris and a master in European political and administrative studies from the College of Europe in Bruges. She speaks fluent English, French, Finnish, Swedish, Estonia, and some Norwegian, and currently getting fluent in Swahili. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Madam Mina Mileri. Watu wa kule nyuma sijasikia makofi.
Good morning. Now you hear me better. Thank you for the warm welcome and for the invitation to speak to you here today. And thank you again to TRAPA and all the stakeholders putting together this International Digital Workplace Summit. It's really important to have these conversations, and as you can imagine, they happen all over the world. The HR services sector is closely following and also leading the developments of technological disruption, innovation, and it's a huge opportunity, also with some challenges for our sector. So I will give you an overview indeed of what we see at the global level from World Employment Confederation, and I look forward to discussing further with all of you. So briefly about World Employment Confederation. It's the global voice of the private employment services industry, founded in 1967. So we are turning 60 years old. It's really covering, as an organization, the full spectrum of private employment services. So temporary agency work, direct recruitment, training, career management, etc. So we really want to gather the industry that is scattered and amplify that voice that we can have together in all the conversations around labor markets. We partner with international organizations, so the International Labor Organization is a key stakeholder, OECD, the International Organization for Migration, the World Bank, the International Organization of Employers, and also the European Union, which is important for us in Europe, but not only for Europe. It's also because of the role that European Union plays in innovating and coming up with new regulations that then have a spillover effect, both towards actually international level, but also national level governments. And then when governments meet in the International Labour Conference in Geneva every year, the European ministers talk to their counterparts in other countries, and those ideas are spread. So it is important that we look after the interests of the sector in that big bureaucracy in Brussels. Our membership is in two big groups. We have national federations today in over 40 countries. So this is our newest member actually is TRAPA from Tanzania. And we really look forward to having more members from this continent to also reflect the huge size of the workforce here and amplifying the knowledge, the awareness, and also the impact of African continent in those global conversations. As an industry, we are worth 600 billion globally and impacting the lives of over 60 million workers. So I think it's good also for you in your local work to think about that. You are part of that big global ecosystem, and together we really have a big impact in the labor markets. This is an overview of our 6 regions. As you can see, in Europe, almost every country, actually all of them, have a national federation for our industry, and they are members of WEC, and they have a strong regional collaboration. In other parts of the world, the coverage is not as big yet, but that's indeed our growth strategy for the coming years, is to really make World Employment Confederation the global voice. Through our global memberships, and especially the big corporate members, the Adecco Group, Manpower Group, Randstad, Kelly, etc., we do represent, our membership represents 90% of the global sales revenue of the industry. So we can really say that we do speak on behalf of the industry. Just some trends. So what we do at WEC, we have committees, working groups, governance. I mean, we gather really the different elements of the industry and the leaders. I mean, we have board member Jackie Ford from APSO here, really looking at both from a geographical perspective that we gather the insights of what's going on in the sector, and then also the different economic and regulatory insights. That's the core of our work, because then that informs our lobby. So when we go and talk to governments, when we talk to international organizations around global frameworks or regional frameworks for the labor markets, we come with data, we come with the positions that reflect the interest of our members. So currently, I would not read everything that is there, but I would just say 2024, 2025 globally have been challenging for the industry. There's a lot of volatility. There is decline in the job placements in markets that have been strong in the past, such as the US and the UK. But then we have other regions that are driving the growth. So I mentioned China, India, and Brazil. Temporary agency work has been growing by 2% in 2024, but direct recruitment was globally down -7%. In terms of the penetration rate, so we represent roughly 2% of the labor market. So it's really that, it's a small part, but an important part. And I think that's where the awareness raising and improving the image of our sector and our industry is very important, because we are the solution to bridge those gaps that exist in the labor market, and we can support the companies, the organizations to find the right talent, but we do need the right regulatory frameworks for that. And we do need the recognition of our industry from all sides. So global growth has been around 3% in 2024 and 2025, and the world geopolitical context also affects our industry, because the tensions, the trade barriers, the sort of fluctuating news around tariffs, these have created weak confidence in businesses, and so investment is delayed, recruitment is delayed, and in addition to the structural skills shortages that already were there. So, for instance, in healthcare or ICT sector. So it's not an easy environment for our industry, and I would say the global picture is very diverse. And yeah, these are I mentioned already that we are around 2% of the labor market. HR services sector is really serving all sectors of the economy, and that's why we are in a key position to really be that voice of expertise and knowledge and future strategy for where labor markets should be going. So you see globally the different sectors, services being 45%, but then also manufacturing, agriculture, construction, healthcare, public administration. So that's where WEC, the World Employment Confederation, the national federations as well, and our industry leaders, they have really a good overview of what is going on across sectors in the world of work, and that's the position that we should leverage and build on, also when thinking about the digital transformation of the labor markets. And I'm happy to take questions, by the way, so please feel free to raise your hand. Digital transformation, I would like to point out the middle bar here, which is around a strategic research that we did in World Employment Confederation called The Work We Want. It was surveying global business leaders and organizational leaders. And it really came out with that, with strong message that over 80%, and that's, so it's really a huge majority of executives, they believe that AI and other tech disruptions will lead to organization having to really radically rethink the skills and resources across large areas of the workforce. And equally important is that in the next 3 years, most leaders were concerned that they're not going to keep up with all the rapid evolutions. So the digital transformation and AI have really increased and accelerated the whole skills mismatch picture. So what we see is that each occupation has seen a 1/3 of its skills change between 2021 and 2024. So we are really living in rapid transformation. More and more occupational job advertisements, they require at least one AI-related skill. So indeed, it used to be more about tech skills, but today the AI is really the buzzword. But I agree with the previous speakers that let's think always more broadly around digital transformation and tech. Even if AI is the really most, the biggest element today, it's, broadly speaking, what we say about AI also applies generally to digital. And interesting also is that over half of online postings that require AI skills, they're outside tech positions actually. So it's really showing that across all functions, all roles, the need for AI and technical skills is there. And then there's the generational element that Gen X and baby boomers, so the ones who are decades in the workforce already, they are not so naturally inclined to adopt this, to keep pace actually with this technological space, while the younger generations are more testing and using all these new tools already. And indeed, from Lightcast, which is one of our knowledge partners, they do great research that you can check out also on their website. By 2030, over 85 million jobs could go unfilled because of the skills mismatch. So we talked earlier about is AI making some jobs redundant? Yes, so there is a decline in certain types of jobs and positions, but also there is really, it seems that the employees and the talent is not able to quickly enough respond to the huge needs that are there in the different organizations in the labor market. And this, of course, has a huge economic impact. So when we talk about broader growth of our economies, if we're not able to address and solve the skills issue with the huge component of AI and tech in it, it will have massive impact on employment and also on the economic growth as a consequence. Now, we have a solution from World Employment Confederation in all this. And one of the, already years back, it's not something new for this year, already years back, the World Employment Confederation leadership and board wanted to focus really on increasing the level of trust and understanding around artificial intelligence, because it was massively coming as a disruptor in the workplace. And so there's been establishment of a code of ethical principles that on the use of artificial intelligence that has these 10 principles that World Employment Confederation, its members, and the industry more broadly adopts. So the principles are human-centric design in AI systems. We've talked about the human component here as well already. So everything should start from the human in the center, and also the human in command in the recruitment and employment industry. So it refers to the fact that the technological solutions and AI can empower those processes, but the ultimate responsibility and the ultimate command and decision maker is a human. It's not an algorithm. Transparency, explainability, and traceability. So this world of AI cannot just exist as a sort of jungle. It has to be really constructed in whatever sector, in whatever use, in these transparent ways that is possible to explain to stakeholders and traced back. Fairness and inclusivity by design. So there's been a lot of debate about the biases and how biased are humans, how biased are AI systems, and who is more biased, and how to, of course, all those biases should be minimized to the maximum. Should be minimized as much as possible. And it's really one of the things that regulators, for instance, in Europe are really looking at to ensure and for the industry and anyone actually using AI systems, for instance, in recruitment, how can you prove that it's not increasing bias? And so that burden is then on organizations and our sector. Privacy, of course, like in any digital tools that are used, safety and security, accountability, ethical governance, building human capacity. So again, it should be about enabling, being a superpower for us humans, and not somehow replacing humans or making us redundant in the workplace. And then finally, environmental and societal well-being AI. So these are principles Of course, since the environment and all these technologies as well are evolving constantly, what falls under each of these is also in constant evolution, but it's for the moment the principles that our members and us as the industry global confederation are advocating with. And we say, yes, this industry uses AI just like any other industry, but we do it in a responsible, ethical manner, and we can show to you, to any stakeholder, to any client company, or to any policymaker, that it's actually improving the outcomes for everyone. It's enabling our organizations to be more effective. So 2023 was the Code of Ethical Principle, as I just presented, and then we have also a toolkit that is available on our website from 2025, and it has some practical guidance on those principles actually, because I mean principles can be very generic, but we also wanted to take it a step further and guide on transparency, human oversight, inclusivity and bias. So if you go on wecglobal.org, you will find those resources there. And then our corporates, especially the big multinationals, I mean, they also have some best practices that we regularly showcase to the different stakeholders that we work. I mean, Manpower Group has an Experis Academy, which they do in partnership with Microsoft already since 2017. And it's about identifying market skills gaps, and on that then delivering targeted training programs that prepare new professionals in the tech industry. The ADECO group, so they also have since years already a board, their internal board on ethical use of AI. So there's a big focus on that ethical element. And also they have been focusing on digital and green skills for youth through a targeted initiative for the needs in certain European countries. And this is to promote the job placement of those young people who are not in education, employment or training, and to have them actively promote their active participation also in social life. Another corporate member of WEC is a GI Group holding, and they also have these innovative learning methodologies, career pathways, and support companies, students as future workforce, and also job seekers and workers to navigate all these changes in the world of work. And then we have national federations. I mean, this is a big part of our membership. They do all the work at national level to monitor are there some national legislations in the field of the use of AI at work or in recruitment. So I would just, I mean, generally there's really a diverse set of examples that different countries can draw from. So there are all kinds of co-financed training, public funding, collective agreements on the skills development. So how we can support workers and talent to really be more competitive and find those jobs in the market by updating their skills. So we have the career guidance pathway, and of course the question is how to organize, fund, and manage those training programs. So that's also a big debate in Europe. And I would just like to say that the staffing agencies and temporary agency sector in general has a lot of training programs in many countries available to the temporary workers. And so there's not such a huge difference between permanent employees from that perspective. So private employment services, World Employment Confederation members, we also collaborate with the public employment services, again, at the European and global levels. So there's a lot of collaboration, obviously, at the national level. That's handled by our national federations. But we have regular interaction, in particular, with the European Network of Public Employment Services. And it's interesting to see, actually, that there is out of 28 countries that responded, 21 of them have a collaboration between the public and private employment services. And it is important to have that collaboration and exchange, because we do fill different needs and purposes in the labor market. What you see highlighted in red is from the public employment services perspective, what they had highlighted as key areas of collaboration. So digital and green transitions, those go hand in hand, because here we focus a lot on the digital transformation, but at the same time there is this whole green transition going on from the energy sources that have been used massively in the past decades, and how we can transition into these green economies, and what that means for skills, what it means for jobs. So that transition is in parallel and together with the digital transformation. Labor shortages and skills mismatches. So again, really depending on sector, geography, area of work, you might either have too many or too few openings, you might have too many or too few candidates. So those transformations, how to navigate, and then the upskilling and reskilling of the talent. Yes, and so global collaboration, different initiatives are really key. I would at this stage like to what are the key takeaways from what has been said so far? So investing in skills development to align the human and AI capabilities. This is really for all of us a lifelong learning process. So it's all the way from education, which was mentioned already yesterday, so schools, and then the ones who are already in the labor market and actively working. And also how to make those lifelong learning opportunities inclusive, in the sense that everyone has access, no one is left behind. We already see some risks in the digital literacy within countries, between regions, and globally. So it's really an issue that policymakers and everyone in the labor market has to pay close attention to, and to adjust and try to also reach out to those who are not currently in those programs. Public-private partnerships, very important, and use of self-regulation and quality standards. So I mentioned the WEC Code of Ethical Principles for the use of AI. We also have a more broad code of conduct, and for us, we believe because of the diverse nature of specific situation in each country, the differences between countries, we think that actually responsible businesses and responsible organizations in this sector can contribute a lot by showing how their organization is contributing to the quality standards. We don't always need a law from whether it's global, regional, or national, because we all, and in case we do, it's important that the policymakers know already what is the level of responsibility and quality in the sector before they start those new legislative proposals. Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development is a sort of policy advisory, so they don't draft laws, but their recommendations to policymakers is to focus on the support to low-wage workers in this sense. I think that a lot of the discussion around AI and digital transformation can also be maybe too much focusing on really the high skills and the latest developments, but if we look at the roles across the organizations and sectors and skills levels, it's important to ensure there as well that we don't forget some parts of the economy. Policy frameworks are important. So global policy frameworks are always broad by definition, but they do give important guidance to the national ministries. So also, again, the International Labour Conference is attended by every employment minister from every country of the United Nations. They gather in Geneva for 2 weeks every June. They talk to each other when they reflect on how should my country address digitalization and AI in the workplace. They talk to their peers, they talk to the ILO experts, they sometimes talk to World Employment Confederation, and that's the framework that they will then start from. It's of course we all tackle, every country tackles with these same questions, so it should not be, the wheel should not be reinvented in isolation. Training for AI adoption is key. So a big focus of the work of World Employment Confederation is around the regulatory framework for our sector in general, and in particular now, in the last years, with the technological disruption, we've been focusing a lot, together with the policymakers, on digitalization and AI. So looking a little bit what is happening across the globe on AI legislation, the European Union is the world champion of regulation. So they were also the first ones to come up with an AI Act, which is a legal framework for AI use, actually everywhere, and it's a risk-based approach. So they look mostly at not the opportunities with AI, but at the risks. And so there's a categorization of different sectors. So for instance, anything linked to education is somewhere in the mid-range. Anything with national defense is high risk. And so it goes then the different, depending on the risk category of your area of activity, there are different requirements on transparency, accountability, and human oversight. So again, those broad principles. I would just say that it's not the only EU AI legislation. There's 3 or 4 more that overlap, and that's why it's actually very difficult for companies in Europe to understand and to keep up with all this legislation that just keeps coming. And a big part of our work is to tell the policymakers that a new law is not always the best answer. Let's look at what is already there as existing legislation that can be applied to AI or can be tweaked if there's a new AI tool coming up on the market and that is used broadly. Let's look at how recruitment companies already are applying the principles of, again, ethics, accountability, human oversight. So that's keeping us very busy in Brussels, is to speak with all these stakeholders there and to try to avoid excessive regulation at this moment in time for our industry, because it takes the focus away from the opportunities, the investment into the skills and AI, and it really just focuses on companies and organizations having to report back on the risks and how they are mitigating those risks. Canada, host of our World Employment Conference this year in May, has been the first country to have a really comprehensive AI strategy. And they have a minister of artificial intelligence. So yesterday I told someone that Canada has the first AI minister. And actually I was misunderstood because the person thought that it's an AI-generated minister, but that's not what I meant. I meant it's a minister responsible for AI and AI strategy. And that's very interesting because it's really an example of how tech and AI should be looked at strategically and across the different policy areas, not just Ministry of Digitalization and the sort of very specific topic. China has also taken measures to promote and regulate the development of AI, and they want to achieve a balance by promoting the development of their AI industry, and as we know, China is very strong on all that, but also safeguarding the interest of the users. So maybe there's more balance there in the Chinese approach to balance innovation and the risk through regulation. South Africa, I know we have representatives here who are very knowledgeable. So there's a National Artificial Intelligence Policy Framework from 2024, which aims to position South Africa as a leader in AI innovation while promoting the responsible and inclusive use of AI. So it's actually interesting to see that publicly it is very common to say we want to balance those, the innovation with the responsible use, but how that happens in practice, it's good to look at. And as I said, in Europe, there is, even if it's declared that it's also important to innovate and focus on that, it has not currently gotten the attention that it should. And then in the United States, there are some federal and state level initiatives and specific laws, but again, comparing Europe to the United States, there's really a much bigger focus in the US on huge investments and to be leading really those technological developments instead of regulating and putting burdens on the use. So because of the importance of the European legislation on AI and digital, we also advocate a lot. So for instance, in December, we organized in Brussels a stakeholder event on AI at work, where we invited the ones from the European Commission who draft those new proposals for legislations. We invited our experts from the industry, our Tech in HR task force leader, our president of WEC Europe, some really actually academia as well, and the trade unions. So Uni Europa is the European federation of the trade unions for temporary agency work, and we have a social dialogue at the sectoral level in Europe, and it was very enriching also to hear their views. What are the key priorities for the trade union movements in the AI development? And we are trying to always see where we have some common agendas that we can use together. But again, in Europe, but also more broadly, instruments of self-regulation rather than mandatory legislation is always something that we prefer to discuss first. So is there really a need for new law? The quality standards and ethical use of AI that organizations have already adopted, is there awareness around those? And is that maybe a good starting point? And then the industry best practices and correct enforcement of existing legislation, because a new law is not going to make miracles just by being adopted. It needs to be also enforced. And so that's where, again, for responsible companies, it's a huge burden because they really make an effort to comply with all the existing legislations that are out there, but it doesn't necessarily solve the entire problem across the economy. So what we see is that policymakers are starting to regulate digital labor platforms. So this is happening since years, some years. I mentioned the levels. So global level is International Labour Organization in Geneva that has conventions that then have to be adopted and ratified by their member countries, so your governments. The European Union, which is a specific integrated regional entity, which has regional laws that are compulsory in all the countries of Europe. So that's why it's an important stakeholder, because instead of going to 27 European countries, it's just one decision in Brussels that impacts everyone. And then the national legislators that our national federations are working with, and that coordination is an exchange is very interesting then at the World Employment Confederation level, because they are asking between different countries, how is your current government approaching this? Is there something, some new legislation coming, and how did you manage to tweak that last year's new law in your favor? Those kinds of exchanges are very important. So ILO has a convention and recommendation which is under discussion since last year's International Labour Conference in June. And this year, in June, it will be the second and last discussion. What it means is that there will be, most probably, a new convention on the platform work, as it is called, because the ILO and the UN system more generally has to also prove its worth and its reason for existence, and it cannot just afford having years and years and years of unfinished discussions. It still has been at the level of definitions, classification of the workers, for instance, through these digital platforms. Are they employees? Are they entrepreneurs? As you know, the big tech companies that actually have been driving these discussions and the policy agenda a lot around AI and tech in the workplace, they want to minimize their responsibility. And then if you think about the labor markets and the responsible players that the private employment services sector and agency work, for instance, operate in, I mean, we are a very heavily regulated sector. So we have to comply with laws that then it could be that other new digital organizations don't have to. So this is where we are asking for a level playing field for all players in the labor market. European Union has also already a directive on platform work, and it has the presumption of employment, actually. So someone working for a digital platform company is considered by definition as an employee of that company unless the company proves that there is not an employment relationship. So again, why I said the EU is important is because now that the ILO is discussing the same topic, it might be that they are heavily influenced by the decisions and the framework in the EU and in Brussels. And so what we see indeed is that at national level there are all these legislations popping up as well, a lot with a focus on the ride-hailing and delivery services platforms. So there the situation is very different from country to country. So in this platform work debate, to summarize the key themes, what are defining the role of these digital platforms, defining the use of algorithms and AI in platform work. And there again, the same principles around human oversight, etc. I mean, if algorithms are deciding the offer and demand, whether you have work today or not, I mean, this has an impact on people, on their income, on the way they are able to pay their bills or not. And this power of these platforms is huge. We've also heard that, for instance, on the delivery services towards restaurants that are using them, they can just increase their fees by a huge amount, and that makes then the origin of the product suffer and has consequences. So that's where the policymakers are trying to regulate that we don't end up in an unbalanced situation. Correct classification of the people performing this work. Should they be covered by employment law like everyone else, or is there some special category for them? And then more broadly around the transparency of the platform work with all the huge amount of data that the platforms are collecting, how it's used, how it's managed, etc. So indeed, World Employment Confederation was and is always in the International Labour Conference, where platform work is discussed in governmental committees, but there's also, of course, there are many other debates going on. There's a lot of awareness raising that our board members that you see here are advocating for. And this year, so on the platform work in ILO, the discussions will be on specifically focusing on the automated decision-making aspect that I already mentioned. So to take these conversations further, so again, in that context of everything that I said, I think having an international digital workplace summit here in Zanzibar is very important. It is part of that huge, I would say, series of conversations that are happening in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia. And we are continuing the conversation at the next World Employment Conference in Toronto. I mentioned the special context of Canada. So it's a very exciting destination for our industry because of the relatively liberal legal framework that our industry operates in. So again, if we think about getting inspiration from other countries and coming back to your policymakers and to explain to them how our sector and the HR services are regulated in other parts of the world, this can be a great case study. From the perspective of AI and digitalization, we've actually invited, and we hope to have the AI minister himself there, Mr. Evan Solomon, because he's actually from Toronto. So our mission, just like here at the Digital Workplace Summit, is to really bring together the leaders from policy, the leaders from our industry, and to have that conversation together so that our sector is the place leading those conversations. And I would like to finish with that. I think in the media and in the public debates around AI generally, and also AI at work, it's been really led a lot by the tech companies, mostly from the US, who say this is how much it's impacting and these are the skills that are going to be needed or not needed. This is how it's disrupting the workplace. And our sector, actually, again, we are working across the sectors of economy. So we are the ones who should be leading these debates, and that's also the purpose of our conversation in Canada. So I invite all of you and all your stakeholders, members, colleagues to join us to share those insights also there. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Kuna swali? Any question? Any question, any comment? Aya, kama hauna swali, oh, there's a question here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a good presentation. I would just like to ask, in reference to yesterday's big discussion on challenges of AI, and students who might be using AI in using exams and getting results. And these are the ones who we are recruiting in the labor market. So how can we use AI in order to not get those challenges of getting AI-produced students in the labor force?
Yeah, I think that's really the key question that everyone is sort of tackling in today's world is AI should be used, but this is what human oversight means. You as a student, you as a candidate, you as an employee, you are always responsible for the answer that you give. So whether you ask your mother, your father, or AI, doesn't really matter. I mean, you should have that critical thinking and some knowledge as well. And so I would say that's why AI alone is not going to solve any questions. It is, in the best case, used to fill some of the maybe knowledge gaps or ideas that the human didn't think of. But I think it's important to teach young people to be very open and critical about the use of AI. And I know some of the education programs that have been piloted in different countries, they focus on that. So be curious and use it, but don't think it's going to replace you, because that should not be the end objective, that AI is replacing humans. Humans should learn to use AI to be more efficient, more productive, more intelligent, but you always have to stand here and prove your point. So to me, it actually comes down to common sense. I mean, if I see a CV that it's a perfect match to the job, and then in the interview it appears that the person doesn't have those skills, I mean, to me it's stupid to then use AI to make the perfect CV, because you're not the perfect candidate for the position. So I don't know if it's a tech issue or if it's a common sense issue. And that goes then all the way to different tasks your team members might be doing. I mean, if they just ask AI and click send and think that you're going to be happy with that, to me that's not digital transformation. That's cheating from or trying to avoid your own responsibility and your own work. So yeah, and those conversations indeed, I think they have to happen in the classroom and in the workplaces. And on the education systems, I think there's a lot of talk also about how much digital tools young people should be using. And there's kind of a wave about banning mobile phones in schools, banning social media for a certain age. And interestingly, I'll just take one example. There's one country, a small country in Europe, Estonia, who takes a completely opposite approach. They say the young people have to have their mobiles in the class because, as you say, this is the future. It's already what is happening now. People are just stuck with their phones with AI. And Estonia wants to do a conscious AI leap in the sense that in everything that the students learn, they leverage AI. So we're not trying to say school is only with pen and paper, and then when you go to a job, you'll maybe start using an AI tool, but they are really taught to live with this technology and use it. So we will see in a couple of decades how they, how those young people then manage. But I think it shows that also educators and school systems and governments are really struggling with these questions and what is the right balance of technology and how to teach that to young people and to every citizen.
Thank you very much. I should also join out to commend a very insightful presentation. To add on that, the problem is if the way of learning is being transformed by the technology, but the way of assessment of our students remain to the traditional ways, the conventional ones, there will be a problem. Just with an example whereby if you are interviewing somebody, you are receiving the CV, well written, very attractive as it is, and that's why you invite somebody to the interview. Now you can see, the CV alone is not enough to get somebody into a particular position or role. You have to test. So if we continue with our conventional ways of assessing our students, for sure with AI we won't get them. So we have to change completely the way we test our students, the way if we give them whatever assignments we just give them. If it's just only writing essays and just we end up there, for sure with AI you can get to know whether they produce materials, these students really know them or not. So you just mentioned about upskilling, reskilling, the lecturers. We have to get ahead or pace with the AI, and that's how we can produce now the best kind of materials which are getting to the labor market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you're absolutely right. And what I've seen, some schools, so universities already, I leave that to the professors we have in the room. School systems, what I think they are already adapting. But again, I don't think the teachers can wait for the Minister of Education to think about it, set up a working group, come up with a solution. It's going to take years. The problem is here and now. I think what I've seen, for instance, in Europe in my children's school, the teachers assume that students are using AI. So what it means is that they are no longer given, for instance, these essays to write at home because, you know, they will be generated. So they only have, so they have changed that actually in the course of the school year, and it's only in the classroom that they have to write the answers. And I think it's the same in the recruitment processes. I mean, there was a time when you know, some written assignments were asked. I mean, we have to adapt almost in real time, and that is the challenge. And that's again, I think, emphasizing the need to share best practice, because what works, what someone has come up with as a good solution for a specific problem that is linked to technology, if we're not even aware of it, then we all spend time trying to come up with those innovative solutions. And the speed of change is just such that I think it's really a challenge for this policy and overall framework perspective.
This last one, make it short.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Abid, I'm from Pakistan, and it was a wonderful presentation. We are now making laws about governing AI. The time it was developed, there was no law, right? But now we are making it. You have given a very, very wonderful example, a country which is right now using AI, and the generation is getting trained on the AI. And the gap, what I see, we are taking AI as a technology, but as not a counterpart toward the progression of the future. So what's your comment on that?
I think this is actually the topic of one of the panel discussions. I fully agree. I did mention it a little bit. It's not a tech issue in a silo. It's something across strategies, actually. So if you think of an organization, it should not be the AI strategy. It's the organizational strategy that is fully embedding that AI use. And I think we can go a bit more maybe in the detail in the panels on that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for a very good presentation. In addition to what my previous colleagues have contributed, But to me, I've seen as a lot of solutions have given out on how to deal with the artificial intelligence in your presentation. So my concern is, if at all, in comparison to our generation, we had so much time to use our brain in solving a lot of challenges and whatever. When you compare with this Gen Z and the introduction of artificial intelligence, I think there is a bit of a gap in terms of how you solve some issues and challenges. Do you think, is it not making less responsible to this generation? What is your take?
I think that we have to avoid that development like you describe, and I think on the skills, I mean, that's why critical thinking, I mean, it sounds like some kind of soft skill like problem solving and all that, but actually it is in a tech-driven world where AI is coding and where AI is solving a lot of those hardcore tech topics for the humans. Actually, it goes back to the human skills, which are maybe what we call the soft skills. So critical thinking is, in my opinion, what is really important to teach from a young age, because that will force humans to make sure that they check multiple sources, that they don't just take the easy answer that some generative tool has given. But on the other hand, I do think that we do need to respect the new generation as well. Like, if they are able to create new jobs and businesses and be productive and responsible citizens by using these tools, maybe this is the new humanity. But indeed, they need to prove themselves as well, and not just take it as a sort of lazy, easy solution. So I mean, this is a very big question that I cannot answer just on my own, but thank you very much. It's indeed a big part of the discussion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Mina Mileri for a wonderful conversation. Next time you need to unpack for us what platform work is, because that could be an area of interest. Na labda tunaweza omba one thing or two from that. Are we learning? Tunasoma? All right. So we have the next conversation, and this conversation is brought to us by one of our own, do I call her sister? She is the executive director from the Institute of Human Resource Management in Kenya. She is an award-winning. Kwanza nikisema hii muna clap. She last year was awarded by the head of public service for being the best in governance. Simpige makofi. Na pia akawekwa tajia the elder of burning spear, EBS. And she is a certified human resource management, a certified human resource auditor, and she has been leading the institute for the last 5 years. And I can tell you, we are happy. Tumefurahi sana. She's doing an amazing job. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Help me welcome Madam Kuresha Abdullahi.
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. You know, when you're standing on this end, you're all looking bubbly and beautiful. So I hope we will learn together, and I will just, I may have to pick up from where my colleague has stopped on, from the world, and maybe bring it closer home as we talk about the modern workforce monitoring and the next generation HR technology. And I'm aware in the room, we don't just have HR professionals, but we have also our partners in the tech, and also some of you from the accounting who are interested in tech and how it can help within your work. But most importantly is, how do we turn, we all know what we used to do when it comes to workforce monitoring. What is it that now is happening around us? And also, what are those technologies that is coming to our workplace, and how can we make use of it? Yeah? And I hope you can all see it from the end. I will try and deliver this as a master class in the next 45 minutes. And by the end of it, we should be able to define what is workforce monitoring in the current space we are in. When I say current space, is the digital era and also AI. And also understand 5 technology forces that is reshaping HR and operating model implication for our space as HR and tech. And number 3, translating insights into action. That is, how do we choose to use cases, metrics, triggers, and playbooks that create measurable return on investment. Number 4 is set ethical guardrails. That is the transparency, consent, minimization, bias control, the cyber privacy. And also, now I will throw it back to you after our session. What is it that you will go back and implement? Allow me to pause here and ask, now directed to my HR colleagues. Are we going to lead this digital workplace or react to it? Because most of the time, we find ourselves playing catch-up when we should be ahead of our competition and understand our workplaces. What is it that we need to do this space of tech and in the era of AI? And I just want to speak to something. As HR leadership, we design decision systems, okay? I say that because most of the time we've moved from being administrative to strategic partners. We are no longer just collecting data. We are making sure that that data is translated into insights, actions, and outcomes. And at this point, you know, most of the time, and I'm sure if there are any tech person in this room like Johnny, the first question everyone will ask you is, what is the best tool to use? As we go on, I'm going to challenge you on that. It's not about which tech tool to use, it's about what are the transformations you're driving within your institution, and that will help you determine what is the tool that I will need. And then this is a space, remember as HR professionals, we might be proficient in tech and AI to a certain level. But the people, just the same way you went to school for your HR course, we have IT experts who went to school for this. And with that, you must partner with your IT department. In fact, that is not negotiable, it is mandatory. You may own the workforce outcomes, but in terms of the architecture, the security, and the integration, that is an IT role. Why do I say that? Because sometimes what will happen is, you've already come with your strategy and visualize, this is what I want to achieve. And when you sit with your IT person within your organization, then they will direct you to what is it that we can do, I mean, which are the tools that we can deploy. Sometimes it could be that you will have to outsource, or if they have the skills, they will help you build one. The third point here is, in a hybrid world, intuition is expensive. And without evidence, you miss burnout, skill gaps, and attrition early. Why do I say this? We are not in the space whereby we used to wait for 12 months, or we wait until Kuresha's health deteriorates within your workplace and then leads to her to leave or even attritions, that sometimes the absenteeism, the quality of work just goes up. And that's why when you monitor your workforce well and use the correct tech, then you will have the chance to reduce making intuitions. Like you will say, I didn't expect this will happen, yeah? Because you stay ahead of the competition. And at this point, I'm sure if all of you right now were to Google what the CEO of Nokia said when they were leaving the market, you will realize that for them, it was not about not doing the right thing, but they failed to keep up with the competition. I have not put the video here, but look for that. Sometimes intuitions can be very expensive, or even saying, I am doing better without engaging your employees in different platforms. That is something that we will need to adapt. And then, how do you stay ahead of the competition? Sometimes when you can forecast the risks around your workforce, then you are able to redeploy capacity fast. So those are some of the things as we continue discussing this topic, we need to have in mind. So I'm going to, for those of you who understand Swahili, back home we have what we call Grace ni maneno ni, mambo ni matatu. So in the next 3 slides, I'm just going to speak in 3s, yeah? And the first one is, what is our reality currently within our workplaces, yeah? There are 3 irreversible shifts that is shaping our HR space. There were times when you talk about hybrid or cross-border, you will actually people will look at you and like, how will she deliver? While the rest of the world was ahead of us, now in this case, as a region, we were playing catch-up. Why were we playing catch-up? Is that we found ourselves like we will not allow people to work from home, not allow people to join meetings online. And then what forced us to do that? COVID came and we were fast-tracked to 2030. And what we were making it to be impossible, then it has become possible. So, and this now, it's staying with us. I'm sure I have some part of you in this room, and also who are working for organizations which are not even based in where you're working. And then, currently, before we used to work in silos, and that does not exist anymore. In nowadays, work is being delivered through networks. Pieces of projects that different people are working on and leaving it for you in whichever document you're using, whether it's a Google or Box. And then when I wake up, if I'm in Singapore or I'm in London, to continue from where you've left, okay? Before it was about organizational charts. If Kuresha does not deliver, you will look for her supervisor. But now you will see that we are working in cross departments, cross border, and even cross oceans. How do we do this? When it comes to data, that must reflect on who is contributing what. And in all these tech tools we are talking about, by the way, it will easily show how much time, not just time, how much quality time has Johnny or Dennis or Grace spent on a certain document. And she's logged in from what time to what time, and where did she live with that. So it's not just about organizational chart that let's see, Kuresha she's not done her work, let's write to her supervisor. And then on the third point here is that managers need signals on load dependencies and hands-off to prevent hidden burnout and bottlenecks. sometimes we need to stop that bureaucracy of managing people in a way that we are the ones who are causing the burnouts within our space. And when I say the ones, I want to speak to the HR professionals in the room that you are the owner of workforce processes. You are the foundation. You are responsible for me from hire to retire. My manager and even everyone else within the organization is just coming in as someone who is helping me with my work. But you have to make sure that everything that is happening is favored. Then also, you share your mood in the format of emoji. What that does is that it sends message to your manager and also to HR. What is it that you're dealing with? And do you need a backup to support you with the tasks that you've listed? And that just actually offloads people on the pressure of burnout and allow them to just take some steps back to breathe. But also in the same system, they allow gamification in a way that they have different CSR projects. You get to pick one, whether it's tree planting or visiting an elderly home or a children's home, and then they invest in that project and monitor it with you. Currently in my country, we're in the process of what we call Jazamiti because of all these issues around climate change. We have a target to plant 1 billion trees in the next 5 years. So you can contribute to that national agenda, or you can make other people's lives better by visiting an elderly home or a children's home, but better still, go to a university and deliver a lecture about their future and their careers, the different issues that they're dealing with. And all that, you get to do it in an app and earn points through it. My other three is, again, and I hope you can all see, is that it's no longer about reporting. You know, there was a time as HR professionals, all we did was just report, okay? What leaders are looking for right now is predictive insight. The data you're sharing, what is it that it's telling them, okay? Is it about attrition? Is it about demand for skills, and why? And if you deploy the right tech tool, you will be able to pick that. Because we are at a point whereby you cannot play catch up. You have to make sure that your institution is ahead of it. So instead of just reporting on a matter as HR professionals, you have to make sure that those issues are explaining, okay? And then beyond the explaining, it must predict a pattern. So what is that pattern? I'm sure today, for all of you who are seated in this room and practice HR or your different profession, it never crossed your mind that we will be talking about a conference just to discuss about digital workspace, okay? I'm sure it never crossed your mind that there will be countries who will appoint cabinet secretaries or ministers for AI. While we have some human, but I forgot the name, but there's a specific country that appointed an AI as part of their cabinet, which supports them in everything that we're discussing. So the flip side is, while the human person is just focused on the AI for the country and even the policies within the different parts for the economy, when you use an AI agent as a cabinet secretary, then it feeds to everyone and supports with every report that you're working on to make you better in terms of your presentation and also tell you what is coming up. So right now we are at an era of you must demonstrate what does it show, these three exits. What is the impact that it's going to have on that institution end to end? Whether it's the gaps they've left, the investment you will need to bring in more people, or using the opportunity to divert your business and reskill other people for other opportunities. Maybe you didn't need their skills. So that is what we are talking about. And then the other issue is HR speaking the business language. Most of the time, we don't demonstrate our value because we don't understand the business. But with the different AI apps, whether it is legally approved within your institution or it's a provide conflicting numbers. And what happens with that is that credibility erodes and decision making is slowed down. That's why when you're going to the boardroom, data helps you understand everything you're doing better. And that data, you can be supported by deploying the right technology. That way, you make the decision making shorter because you've already gone in with a plan for it to be approved, and you can be trusted that indeed Croatia knows what she's talking about rather than saying, allow me to come back to you. Remember, boards don't sit every day, okay? The same for the leadership. When you walk in, they will want you to present yourself in a way that you have data that speaks to them. You've justified yourself. They will send their questions in advance. And some of them, if you say, I'm going to do all this at once because now I have AI or the tech, then you will forget that that work has to be done by people. And they may not work as fast as you may be predicting through your AIs. And that's why you must take some steps back and look at what is it that I'm deploying to use. And now we've all monitored, and I may have spoken to it at some point. Let me tell you what workforce monitoring is and what it's not. And I have the is in capital deliberately, intentionally, and also the not in capital, that is also intentionally. So, the modern workforce monitoring we are talking about, it's about work patterns, that is the meeting load, focus time, collaboration, capacity, and all this is meant for us to improve outcomes. Sometimes you might spend in a meeting 3 hours, and by looking at how engaged everyone is, their contributions and what they're doing, you can tell that there is an overload here, or maybe we should not have had all the agendas we have here. Sometimes in terms of the collaborations, how quick are people collaborating in terms of what is being shared? Because remember, you might have different departments or directorates, but you're all working towards one goal. Whether you're working for a public office or private, or even in the non-profit. If your focus is to make lives better, you cannot ignore the cleaner within your institution, because they're part of that structure that you've committed to make people's lives better. It is about detecting risks when it comes to around issues of where the institution is going, okay? So we will sit sometimes as HR, we will send an email and say, please note your performance reviews are due mid-June. We collect those forms, file them, tick for everyone, and then we wait for 15th December and say, your end of year cycle, a performance review is due. Please make sure it's filed with HR by 15th of January. The question is, what are you doing with that data? You need to ask yourself, what if you had a system whereby you are monitoring this constantly and helping you to make decisions quicker before your performance declines. It is also about system improvements. It actually helps you fix decision forums, staffing, and managers' habit. Sometimes within your workforce, it's not the, in other words, it's not about keystroke policing, whereby you want to make sure everyone is keeping up with what we promised to do. It's not about screenshot tracking. It's not about collecting personal data without the purpose and governance. Now, if you're able to see what I highlighted in bold, workforce intelligence is for, and all this, by the way, allow me to, at this point, to declare that I got support from AI, whereby I have used a system, entered some issues, and it actually gave me feedback on what are the different tools I'm using within my workplace, and if I was the leader, what are some of the questions I will be asking, and what is it that I need to reduce within that space that I am in currently. Where is burnout forming? Is it about us spending too much time on meetings whereby we have little time for implementation? Do we need to rebalance our work? Do we need to redesign roles? Do you need to add capacity? And if this was not discussed, maybe it will come at some point that before you leave this meeting hall, you should be able, first of all, with clarity at the end of my slides, to understand what do I need to do within my workplace. And then speak to the experts in the room. You don't have to go very far, by the way. Within our own country, within the globe, within our continent, we have people who have developed different tech solutions for us. Like back home, there is a young man who developed what he calls Wakili AI. Wakili is a lawyer. What it does for you is that if you have an issue that has come up and you do not have an in-house lawyer, you subscribe and then you just put the issues that you're facing, and he has people at the back end who can quickly analyze that issue for you and tell you what is the best way to proceed. You know, sometimes, most of the time, we are obsessed. Let me just say, most of the times, we are obsessed with borrowing international systems, which takes a lot of time for us to adopt it back home. While you might be surprised, that student at university right now who is doing IT can actually develop a system for you that you can use within your workplace. The only risk and the governance issue you need to seal is that, do you have the right firewalls to protect the data? Because remember, we're dealing with employees' data. And most of the time when you have a system which is developed locally, we lose the foresight of ensuring that those risks are minimized and that not everyone can access the data that you've shared. Sometimes through those systems, you will be able to shift priorities. Maybe there is a team member who is doing more than the others, and I use the word team member. Remember I said everyone who is working, unless it's a scarce skill or it's a specific skill, everyone within your institution should be able to understand the business model and contribute to it. And then, who is disengaged? You get the signal. Because you've hired this A student, they come 6 months later, 7 months, they're declining. So it helps you to understand better. And then, sometimes collaborations fails, because remember, we are humans. Even though we work within a team, sometimes we may not get along to deliver together. Okay? So we have to set boundaries and remember, This is being professional and has nothing to do with our personal differences. So you have to invest a lot in building that model team that you need to see within your workplaces. And lastly, if you have a tech system that is working well for you, and if you have monitored your workforce well, then you will be able to see what are some of the skills I would like in the next 12 to 24 months. Do I need to reskill my staff? Do I need to bring in new people to the workplace? And also, is it time for me to work on my succession pipelines? Again, from data you will see, especially in Africa, we have an aging workforce. While our strength is a youth bulge, while our strength is youth who are tech savvy, and you will all agree with me on this. If you look at even the funding rates, and I want you to look into the data, Africans within our region, we raise the most startup funds for any tech startup. And that data is available, whether it's in Nigeria, Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa. When it comes to critical thinking and coming up solutions that can solve our future problems, then we have the youth who are able to do that. The question is the older generation ready to make sure that we are part of that? And at this point, maybe I just wanted to bring in something that if you again look at the different researches, one of them done by AIHR is that while we all know that we're moving towards technology and AI, 75% of the leaders feel their workplaces are not yet ready for that. So what are we doing about that? Because I've already placed you at the center that you HR professionals, it is your responsibility that you build capacity. Because remember, talent management sits with HR. Performance management sits with HR. Employee relations sits with HR. The wheel is 8, but the specific ones that are affecting our workplaces rightfully sits with you. So you should not wait for instructions. You must guide your institutions and make sure that you have a plan that this is where we are right now. This is where our business needs to go, and this is what we need to do. Again, allow me to use my country as an example. Our President, His Excellency Dr. Samoei Ruto, has told us we must move from a third world country to a first world country. And every year he had a target. And this year, in his New Year delivery, he said, this is the year of accountability and impact. And he used Singapore as a place we would love to be. Reason being, if you look at in the 1960s and the early 70s, Kenya and Singapore were almost at the same level. And some of the things that has come up is that the only reason why Singapore it is where it is, it's because they have used discipline, and also the people for that country have committed to what their leader at the time was pushing for. Now they have issues that we don't have as a country, which can work to our advantage. Their population is declining, ours is growing. And that tells you we could actually use our youth to reskill, and even beyond the continent, use those skills we've built to take them back to the rest of the world to benefit from it. So those are some of the things that Now when my president has pronounced it himself, then every institution, whether public or private, must show up to see which role can I play to take Kenya to be a first world country. And now with tech and AI, that will be one of the easiest things that anyone can do. Again, another example that when he came to power, we had these platforms called e-citizen where all government transactions were to take place. And because he pronounced himself that we need to do both digitization and digitalization, he improved the daily revenue collection from 50 million daily to 980 million daily. Now, if you do that math, you could see how technology has helped the country improve its revenue collection. Of course, we're still not where we are, but with such commitments also, the country has also put in place, which was launched under the Ministry of ICT, AI Strategy 2030, that is supposed to guide the country in terms of investment. What are some of the skills we need, and also the regulations we need to put in place to govern this AI. I talked about the shadow apps we use. Most institutions shy away to use the support of AI. I stood here in front of you and telling you that, first of all, I'm not a designer. I've put my thoughts together and instructed an app to convert this for me into these beautiful slides you see in here. And that's the transparency all of us must admit. Secondly, as an institution, whether you develop it as an internal tool or you outsource, you must come to the realization that in the era of tech and AI, most of these we cannot rely on just entering data, because remember the famous word of garbage in, garbage out. If you type in something yourself, it still gives you the same thing. But if you involve your whole institution for everyone to take part, then you will be able to deliver for your institution. As I come to almost the end of my presentation, these are some of the things I just talked about. Do not shy away seeking to be assisted by AI. We need to become cloud native, whereby we are secure, scalable, and continuously improve. This actually helps you improve in your technical depth, whereby sometimes your computer crashes, you've not taken advantage of using the cloud. I am here right now, but I have to do some work back home. If I have not invested in if I'm not a cloud native, then it will not have happened. And the IT person in the room will tell you that I struggled to get my slides in order, but he stepped in. And that's the type of collaboration we are talking about, that at some point you need to understand this is my limit and I will need someone else to pick up from here. And then sometimes we have to integrate our workplace, whereby we are not just recruiting, but we are learning from those patterns. I'm sure most of you have found yourself in a situation whereby you've advertised a position. Maybe those who are applying do not have the right skills, or if they have, your salary scales are not accommodating. And if your salary scale is accommodating, your workplace policies are not accommodating. Maybe someone will tell you, I want to work here for 6 hours because I have other responsibilities. Then I will continue working the other 2 hours or 3 hours in the evening. But you've not put structures in place. So that tells you, what do I need to improve within my workplace? And even for your performance and future planning. Then predictive. Remember we said, we don't just collect data to sit with it. It helps you monitor what are the risks that I will face, what are those demands, and it's not just about reporting, but it's about managing the future. Because I'm sure right now, for those of you who are seated here, if you work in the payroll department, you're just working towards, I need to meet the payroll deadline, which is 25th, to submit my data. But you're not looking into that data and seeing how many days was Kuresha absent this week, or why is it that the HR department has delayed to share this information with me? Could it be burnout? The accountant is getting ahead of himself or herself and saying, you've delayed the payroll, without also taking steps back and finding out what happened. Imagine if you all had a system whereby it can tell you, because I was monitoring Kuresha's mood with an emoji, it could be that it's time for me to step up and support her. Or could it be that I have seen the patterns in terms of Kuresha's work delivery, and I sent support for her to avoid any burnout. And then it's experience-centric, yeah? We are beyond admin, and I spoke to that. We are in a space whereby right now we must reduce friction for managers and all between managers and employees, and create an organization that enhances the delivery of the employees. An environment that is enabling, not just in terms of the conduciveness on the rooms they're using, but also the people who are managing them. Again, quickly allow me to go through, I talked about workforce intelligence. So what does that look like? And you will see me here talk about HR and plus tech, yeah? Because remember we said this is not just for HR. And the first layer is the core of HR. You identify the job and the organization. We do the compensation. We are trusted with the data. Because remember, we own that data. And then the work systems, whereby whether it's an ATS, LMS, performance service desk, the CRM, project tools, this is where work happens. It's one thing to have the data, it's another thing to place the data and the work where it's supposed to happen. And then the layer 3 is collaboration signals. If you had a system in place, then you will not be struggling to look for me and tell me our meeting was to start at 10 p.m. You will have installed an app that all of us agree and say that this is the app, the calendar, whether we are on Google and all that, so that we can say, we can all remember our meetings regardless of where we are. And then also, in terms of the privacy of the people we're dealing with. And then the layer number 4 is about the analytics and the AI, yeah? This is, again, for the lack of sounding that I'm repeating myself, is you are able to detect any anomalies. You can forecast, validate, and monitor the different data that you have. Because, again, there's something that we never used to have. For those of us who did our degree in HR a long time ago, we did have a unit called HR and Data Analytics. But now it is there. Again, in my country, HR is a regulated profession, and we have the certification called CHRP. They have revised their curriculum and included HR analytics and metrics and as one of the units that must be taken as a core unit by anyone who is taking that certification. And that tells you that they are forecasting that this is a skill we need, yeah? And then when you have dashboards, workflows, you don't have to go through long reports. Like if you're familiar with Power BI, you can quickly see where you are in terms of your strategic plans, the deliveries. You can quickly see the percentage of a task completion. without looking at which paragraph is not yet complete or which page is missing. Just by looking at the percentage, and then you're able to see, am I within the timeline, yeah? And then again, I don't want to go in terms of the controls, because for every system you put in place, you must protect its governance, and also you should be able to audit the system, and also designed in a way that it cannot be breached by anyone, by building the right firewalls. Again, allow me to go into what I called 5 forces, and let me pick with this first one, yeah? The first force, which all of you are very familiar with right now, is the AI and machine learning in the HR space. And what it does is that it actually recognizes the patterns at a scale, and it helps you to make the decisions. Then remember, Mina has spoken to it, it's not about replacing you, but enabling you to do your work better. And the examples here, these slides will be shared, but the examples that this can help you with is candidate matching, skills extraction, attritions, risk triggers, personalized learning pathways, HR co-pilots. So this helps you the life cycle of an individual within your organization. So if you put a system in place, you're able to track that. The second one, again, is predictive people analytics. Again, if you have the right workforce planning in place and the right tech tool, then you're able to do this quickly. I've spoken to most of this earlier on, so allow me to go. And then there is that employee experience platform. I shared an example because I didn't mention the company, because I don't have the right to do that. They have system in place that actually tracks the employee experience within your workplace. Then the first force is intelligent workforce monitoring. And allow me to jump this off. I talked about you need to be open about this. I should not find out that you've been monitoring what I do with my computer, even though it's a company computer. I have a right to know, okay? It's not about surveillance, it's about what we're doing with that data, and also protect you in a way, because you might be overworking yourself, and we want to throw 1, 2, 3 in to you, okay? And then I talked about, it's no longer about the mid and the end year. Now we've moved to continuous performance enablement. What you can do, someone else can do it better. So it's about collaboration and passing work to different people and lending a hand. If you completed a work within 2 hours and your colleague is using 6 hours, then you should be able to support them in that. And then I talked about the ethical imperatives, yeah? Your systems must be transparent. There has to be consent and fairness, because sometimes you might assume that I've used 2 hours on a task and you want me to step in and help Grace without understanding what is it that made me achieve that better. And with that, I have a very simple workflow that all of you can look at, is that first of all, sit back and look at, it's not about which vendor. Don't start with which app can I use. Come up with this roadmap. You need to diagnose your systems. What are the outcomes you're looking for? What are you ready with the data, the governance first? In your country, the policies and the governance instrument may not be there, but nothing stops you by coming up with something for your institution. And then you look at, are you capable? And what are the change management involved? Then you train your leaders to interpret the dashboard, embed them in routines, communicate, safeguard, and the benefits that it comes with it. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is what I talked about. For you to choose the right cases, you need to select 2 quick wins. What is it that I need to fix within my institution? And then, how do I sustain it? You define the triggers, and then you actually start with the pains, and then the value that you have to put in place. And then, are you data ready? For example, do you already have the data, or you need to collect? Because remember, the systems will not just form itself. That AI will not help you unless you put the right initiatives. And allow me to jump this, because I've already talked about it. Come up with your own schedule on what is it that I want to implement within my workplace. And then I talked about the board language. And this is, I spoke to most of these, yeah? As an African, within our region, as Africa, we have the structural advantage. We have less legacy burden because we can build from scratch. We know what to design. We have the leadership move, because right now everyone is interested in this space. And then you must be able to watch for the different risks. Don't just jump into it, but look at the risks involved. And these are models that you can have. Who owns what does the tech own, what is the shared, and then the practical structures within our workplace. And then this is a leadership mindset shift from policy custodian to ethical AI stewards, from reporting history to forecasting risk, from programs to systems that can redesign workflows, from intuition to evidence and empathy plus dashboards. And then the silo that I talked about. Allow me to leave the learnings. And these are questions I would like you guys to ask. And Grace, I hope before the end of the day, before end of each day, everyone will get this slide so that they're able to reflect on what is it that they need within their boardrooms. And with that, I come to the end of my presentations. As Grace walks towards me, the bottom line here is, you will notice I have not deliberately told you this is what Copilot can do, this is what ChatGPT can do, what is this Gemini can do. That is because there are so many solutions of AI out there that you can use. But you cannot deploy them without, first of all, understanding your model of business and what are the solutions you need and what are the problems you're trying to solve within your workplace. The bottom line here is you need to understand it's no longer about workforce monitoring, but it's about transforming your workplaces using the workforce data that you have and how you've monitored it and how you're using it to your advantage. Asanteni sana.
Kuna swali? Kuna swali, kuna comment? Comment ni nini kwa Kiswahili jamii?
Thank you, Madam Edie, for that very well elaborate presentation. And actually, for me, it's a comment, not a question. And I will admit that that presentation has actually challenged me. And looking from where I sit in my organization and looking at the mandate of my organization, I appreciate you for mentioning that for us to make a change as HR practitioners, we must understand the business. From where I have been or where I have practiced, and that is the public service back in Kenya, you find that HR mostly is being looked at the administrative bit of it, as in we have not come out to be part of the business. Have let ourselves remain there. So this is a challenge for me that as a HR, I do not have to wait for that invitation to be in the boardroom. I have to take myself there. But even as I take myself there, what am I taking on the table? And AI is a tool, has so many tools that will make me come out like somebody who understands the business. When we talk of recruitment, I'm not just going to say we are going to recruit this number of people. I have to come up with that data to show if we are recruiting a manager, what are the skills, number one? Two, what is this manager supposed to bring into the business, and what will be the return of investment for this manager? So these are some of the skills that as HR, we have to learn. And so we have to get out of that comfort zone that I am just a HR, I just do recruitment, write letters, disciplinary, all that, and get to the space where I have to learn the skills like the data analytics. I know HRs, we don't like mathematics, but we will have to like it either way. And so this is a challenge for me, and I appreciate that presentation. And so when I go back to my organization, I am going to take myself to the boardroom. I am going to take myself to that place and give my numbers. Data speaks. In fact, you've spoken about data, so it speaks much about your area of specialization. So I'll have to learn about data and presentation at the boardroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't think that was a question, and allow us to just move on. Let's appreciate Madam Kuresha. I think she'll be joining us in the panel in the afternoon, and we can have that conversation later. So at this point in time, I want us to quickly run into a conversation. We have started late, so we want to try and cover time ili tuweze kuokoa masaa or muda. So kwa sasa ningependa tuingie kwa presentation ambayo ni fupi ya recruitment, kwa sababu watu wengi hapa ni viongozi na kila wakati mara kwa mara uko na haja ya recruit wafanyikazi, sio? So how can we use AI ethically when it comes to recruitment? Now with us is Jackie Ford. Just 1 minute. Relax. I got you. So Jackie is the CEO of APSO, which is Federation of Africa Professional Staffing Organization. She is a seasoned executive with over 3 decades in the staffing and recruitment sector. She brings extensive strategic and operational expertise in the workplace solutions, strategic leadership and stakeholder engagement, and labor market intervention. She's leading APSO. Jackie oversees the national initiatives that shape ethical recruitment and industry standards while advocating for inclusive employment pathways and sustainable employment practices. And she serves on multiple industry boards where her governance experience spans local and international platforms, including the World Employment Confederation, KEPIS, and SSETA, and the Sector KEPS Provident Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Madam Jackie Ford.
Perfect. Thanks so much for that introduction, Grace, and very warm welcome to everyone. So, I've got to change this. Our challenge with ethical recruitment is to innovate without losing our moral compass. Digital momentum is unavoidable. Unethical recruitment is not. This is the tension we all feel in recruitment right now. The tools are accelerating, expectations are rising, and the volume is growing, but trust is fragile. Recruitment is where digital transformation becomes personal. It's about a CV, a livelihood, a family, a move to a new city. Today and yesterday and tomorrow are not about resisting technology. It is about leading it. So the digital workplace empowers people, not just systems. The digital workplace starts before day one. We often talk about the digital workplace as something that begins on day one, but the truth is that the digital workplace starts much earlier. It starts at recruitment. Hiring determines who gets access to the opportunity, who gets filtered out from the opportunity, and how fair does the process feel. When recruitment is digital, its impact is amplified, and this is for better or for worse. Am I not changing? Oh, there we go. Let's be honest about where we really are. We have tools such as AI-assisted screening, automated shortlisting, which I know many recruitment agencies use, video interviews, remote hiring. This is not future talk. This is happening right now. The current practices are being used across the world. The real question is no longer if we use digital tools. It is how we use them responsibly. Digital tools offer real value, and we shouldn't dismiss that. They promise speed, efficiency, consistency, and broader reach. And we heard our colleague, Carisha, expand on some of those earlier on, as well as Mina. They can reduce admin, improve matching, and give better workforce insights. But with this power comes responsibility, and that is where the ethics comes into it. When speed outruns value, risk starts to emerge. Algorithms learn from data, and data learns from history. Sorry, my eyes are so bad. If historical hiring was biased or exclusionary, digital tools can quietly replicate that. Bias doesn't disappear. It just becomes harder to see. I'm struggling with the little clicker. Shadow pointing it somewhere. There we go. There are real trade-offs we have to navigate. These are speed versus fairness. Faster hiring does not necessarily mean better hiring. Data versus dignity. People are more than just data points. Automation versus accountability. Somebody always has to own the decision. Ethics does not slow innovation. Ethics steers it. I'm trying to just catch up where I am now, and I'm going forward instead of backwards, so just give me a second. Perfect. Right, back on track. So context matters, especially if we look at an example like South Africa. Our labor market in South Africa is shaped by deep inequality in education, geography, and access. The global perspective now is that the world will be divided by the digital haves on one side and the digital have-nots on the other. Career paths are often not linear. If we digitize recruitment without care, we risk amplifying exclusion. Let me give you a real example. AI screening tools are often trained on historical hiring data. They learn patterns, universities of preference, language, career paths. In South Africa, that history is not neutral. Capable candidates are filtered out, not because of ability, but rather lack of familiarity. In South Africa, ethical recruitment isn't just good practice, it's nation building. And that brings us to leadership. Because if we do not set the guardrails on the ethical use of AI, the system will default to the past. Ethics cannot be outsourced to technology. It's not an IT setting or an HR checkbox. If no one can explain why a candidate was rejected, the system is not fit for purpose. Leadership owns the ethical standard. The World Employment Confederation has an ethics guideline and code for the use of ethical recruitment. This morning we heard Mina talk to some of those key principles, and I've grouped these into 6 pillars. The first of being human-centric and human in command. The starting point is human-centric design. AI in recruitment must serve people, candidates, workers, clients, not the other way around. Crucially, this must include human in command decision making. That means that AI can support decisions, but must never fully replace human judgment. And we've heard all the speakers attest to this during the course of the last few days. If a system cannot be challenged, explained, or overridden by a human, it does not meet the standard. We then look at transparency and fairness. Candidates should not be assessed by a black box. Recruitment decisions must be explainable, both internally and where appropriate to candidates. As we saw in the South African example, fairness doesn't happen automatically. It must be designed into the system from the start. The next aspect we're covering is the privacy, data protection, and security. The World Employment Confederation Code is very clear that candidate data must be treated with dignity. It's interesting to note that more than 30 countries across Africa have enacted legislation for data protection and privacy. This has been driven by the African Union's Malabo Commission. Legislation such as POPIA, Protection of Personal Information, is a South African legislation. And then we also have the GDPR, which covers the European Union and the UK. And similar, as I've mentioned, across the African countries. These are not barriers to innovation. They are the guardrails that protect trust. Without trust, digital recruitment simply does not work. This finally brings us to accountability. AI does not carry the responsibility. People do. The WEC code makes it clear that organizations remain accountable for the outcomes of AI-supported decisions. Ethical governance means policies, oversight, and leadership ownership. not blind reliance on technology. The WEC code reminds us that AI in recruitment is not a replacement for responsibility. It is a test of responsibility. Right after ethics, the question becomes very practical. Where exactly do humans stay in command? Because human in the loop can mean anything. This is the simplest way that I have seen that makes it real. 3 levels of human oversight. At the strategic level, leadership sets the rules of the game. What fairness means in your context, what data you will or won't use, what is acceptable and what is not. This is where policy lives. At the strategic level, leadership then moves forward to the operational level. Teams keep the system honest, they monitor recommendations, they review edge cases, they look for drift and manage appeals. This is where you detect patterns early on, before they become reputational damage to your organization. At the decision level, we hold the line. AI can recommend, but humans decide, especially when it comes to rejection decisions. One small point that matters hugely. If AI plays a role, candidates should know, and they should always have a route to a human. This is how we keep the moral compass inside the system, not just in the room. Human in command is what keeps AI from becoming a black box decision maker. It's how we keep accountability human. Before we get practical on bias mitigation, I want to show you a short clip. As you watch, hold one question in mind. When AI is used at scale, who benefits? Who gets filtered out? And who stays accountable? Do I need the sound? Nope. The tech team are working feverishly on it. I can see from here. And of course, when we practiced, everything worked perfectly.
Are you seriously considering her as a candidate?
Just don't trust her.
She's a woman.
She's a woman.
This is a man's job. She's clearly not educated.
Really? Does she even speak English?
That's not me. I'm not like that. You call it an honest mistake. Science calls it a blind spot. Our unconscious mind is a mysterious and powerful thing. It makes 90% of our decisions without us even knowing it. Our brains are overloaded with 11 million pieces of information every second. Yet we can only process about 40 of them. So we're wired to make cognitive shortcuts, using past experiences to make assumptions. And you know what happens when we assume. Our unconscious mind can put us on autopilot, determining where we sit, who we eat lunch with, who we turn to for advice, and who we choose to offer a helping hand. Living our lives with blind spots can put us in a tunnel. Same point of view, same decisions, same outcomes. We can find ourselves trapped in the land of snap judgments and misconceptions. We've all been on both the giving and receiving end of blind spots. Think about it. Who's talented? Who's able? Who can I trust? Who belongs? We've all been there. Blind spots are part of the human condition. Our choices have consequences for us and the people we interact with. By accepting that blind spots exist, we can stop. Imagine what possibilities exist if we could do it all over again. Different perspectives, inclusive relationships, diverse networks, better outcomes, seeing people for who they really are. People like you with unlimited potential. We all have blind spots. Once you accept that you have them, you can choose to do something about it. It's time to check your blind spots and focus on what's possible.
Are you serious?
Are we back? Yeah. So that's the reality check. AI is embedded across workplaces, and because it runs at scale, small design choices become big outcomes. That's why the next 3 slides are bias mitigation before, during, and after. Bias mitigation starts before algorithms ever screen a single CV. Pre-processing is about the quality and integrity of the data that we feed into our recruitment systems. If training data reflects historical bias, and in many labor markets it does, then the system will simply learn and repeat those patterns. That is why auditing training data matters. We need to understand where the data comes from, what it represents, and what it might be missing. Removing obvious bias indicators, things like age markers, gendered language, or proxies for socioeconomic background, help reduce unintentional signaling. Balancing data sets and using representative samples is especially important in contexts like South Africa, where talent is widely distributed, but opportunity historically hasn't been. In simple terms, ethical recruitment starts with honest data. The second layer of mitigation happens while the system is operating. This is where fairness is intentionally designed into the model itself. Fairness constraints help ensure that outcomes don't disproportionately disadvantage particular groups, even when patterns start emerging in the data. Adversarial debiasing may sound technical, but the idea is simple. The system is actively prevented from learning protected characteristics. Regular testing is crucial. Bias is not a set and forget issue. Models drift over time. Using multiple models rather than relying on a simple algorithm reduces blind spots. And most importantly, it retains the human in the loop. AI supports decisions, but humans must always retain the authority to review, challenge, and override outcomes. The third layer is what happens after decisions are made. Post-processing recognizes that even well-designed systems need ongoing oversight. Reviewing outcomes allows organizations to identify patterns that may not be obvious at an individual level, but are clear at scale. Adjusting thresholds is sometimes necessary to correct unintended disparities, especially as labor markets or applicant pools change. Monitoring disparities across gender, geography, or background helps ensure fairness over time. Continuous auditing reminds us that ethical recruitment is not a one-off intervention. It is an ongoing commitment. Bias mitigation isn't about perfection. It's about responsibility, because the real truth is in the outcomes, not the intentions. People ask, where do we even start? This is a roadmap. This matters because ethical AI isn't one decision, it's a program. Here we look at the first step as being governance, name the owner, define the policy, and set the rules. If we're talking, moving to the next step, which is assessment, know what tools you're using and what risks they carry. And this was highlighted in Carisha's presentation. Step 3 is about controls, bias mitigation, oversight and transparency, all the things that we've discussed. Step 4, we talk to training. Recruiters need AI literacy, not to code, but to question outputs. And step 5 is continuous improvement. As mentioned, models drift, labor markets shift. So we monitor and we refine. This is what turns ethics from intention into execution. Some common pitfalls. Even good organizations can fall into predictable traps, usually brought about through speed and pressure. First, the set and forget. Models drift, applicant pools change, roles change. Second, over-reliance. And Mina also spoke a little to this around the over-reliance. If recruiters stop questioning outputs, you lose professional judgment. The third pillar would be transparency. When candidates don't know that AI is used, this breaks the trust. And finally, no audit trail. If you can't reconstruct why decisions were made, you can't defend or improve them. Stakeholders and training. Ethical hiring needs recruiters, it needs legal, it needs clients, and the capability to be able to interpret what the system is doing. This slide is here because most ethical failures are not malicious, they're operational. Ethical recruitment is not anti-digital. It's about designing innovation responsibly. Ethics enables sustainable innovation. Trust becomes the competitive advantage. Humans must remain in command. Technology should support decisions and not replace judgment. There should be no fully automated rejection without oversight. Accountability must stay human. Fairness doesn't happen by accident. The criteria must be clear, explainable, and defensible. We need to shift from pedigree-based hiring to skills-based hiring, and I know one of the later panels will be discussing this in a little more detail. Inclusion must be intentional. Respecting candidate data, we've heard a lot about that this morning as well. As I've mentioned, the POPIA, GDPR, and the other legislation around data privacy, these are not obstacles. These are ethical guardrails. Privacy builds trust, and trust is a recruitment asset. If we want ethical recruitment to be real, we have to measure it. Because what we measure shows what we value. Most organizations in the recruitment space have metrics such as time to fill, time to hire, cost per hire, and these are all valid metrics. But if speed is the only metric, then we'll optimize for speed. In terms of fairness, we look at the selection rates by group, we look at where people drop out of the funnel, application to shortlist, shortlist to interview, interview to offer. If one group consistently drops out at a particular stage, that's not necessarily proof of bias, but it is a signal that we need to investigate. This is how you catch issues early, before they become reputational damage. The next measurement would be quality. Ethical hiring must deliver good hires. So we track our hiring manager satisfaction and early success signals. For example, how does the hire ramp up quickly into the role? Retention is useful where it's measurable, but even without it, we can still track some of these proxies. If we talk into experience, candidate experience, because dignity is measurable. Time to first response, time to feedback, candidate satisfaction. If candidates feel ignored or confused, we might be fast, but we won't be trusted. And finally, accountability. How often are decisions reviewed by a human? How often do humans override the AI recommendation? And do we have an audit trail? Not for punishment, but for learning and improvement. Ethical recruitment isn't just a set of principles. It's a set of outcomes we can track, see, and improve. This summit is about transforming workplaces and empowering people. But empowerment doesn't begin with onboarding. It begins with access. Ethical recruitment determines who gets to participate in the digital future. Digital momentum is unavoidable. Unethical recruitment is not. Innovation should expand opportunity, not automate exclusion. The future of recruitment isn't just digital. It's ethical, intentional, and human. The digital tools are ready. The ethical choice is yours. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Where is up there?
Give a round of applause for Jackie. She has done a very amazing job. Short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet, yes. Kuna maswali kuhusu recruitment ambayo uko nayo na kutumia teknolojia kwenye kuhaya. Maswali yoyote ama maoni kuhusu recruitment? Okay, basi appreciate. Yes.
I'm happy to chat to anyone in lunch break or later. I'll be around for questions to speed up.
All right. So Jackie is willing to sit with you over lunch ili muweze kuendeleza hiyo conversation. So kama uko na swali ama uko na support unayohitaji, unaweza keti na yeye over lunch alafu utaweza catch up. So in the interest of time, kwa sasa nataka kumkaribisha Daktari Bwana DG afanye presentation yake kidogo, alafu tutaenda kwenye panel discussion after that, alafu kisha ndio tutaweza break for lunch. Tunajaribu kuokoa muda. So ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Dr. Said as he comes up on stage.
All right, test 1, 2, 3 is working. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be waiting for the presentation to be ready here. While they are getting it ready, let me give a quick introduction about myself. My name is Dr. Said Said, the Director General for Zanzibar E-Government Authority. Thank you very much. He's ready. Today we thought there's a need to bring a topic about the transformative power of AI and technologies in the workplace. But this is a broad, it is everywhere, but we'll focus a little bit more, we'll be touching about in the Zanzibar. Jamani, mnanielewa? Nataka kusikia kidogo basi. Naomba tu mixi baina mambo mawili haya, alafu tupate kusonga mbele kwa pamoja. Now, what here we're mentioning about how do you utilize emerging technologies. Now, emerging technologies will be, it's just not one technology, but there are a lot more. It could be artificial intelligence, it could be blockchain, it could be Internet of Things, but there are a lot more. Ni teknolojia hizi ambazo zinaibuka ziko nyingi sana. Now, what is this for is technology, when we look at the ICT, is really bringing up the peoples to be more smart, work smart, and make things happen faster. So, if we move on to the next slide. The next slide is talking about a little bit of mathematics for all those who have been there before into the foundation of mathematics. If you learn the mathematics, we are not going to learn about mathematics, but I just want to bring it back the memory. Narudisha nyuma kule ilikotoka kule. Wengi wamesoma hesabu, na kuna hesabu they are talking about the linear, and kuna zile hesabu ambazo zinazungumza kwamba exponential. Now, hii ina maana gani? When you look at the linear, the graph inakuonyesha mwenyewe the way it moves. The linear will just move, you know, steady or slower, not that faster. But when you look at the exponential, even in the mathematics, you can tell the exponential really grows higher. Now, when we talk about emerging technologies, we are talking about, in other terms, it is called exponential technology. What does that mean? It moves fast. Now here today, we have a chance to talk about AI, artificial intelligence. And look at the AI, the way it is evolving right now. If you sleep today, tomorrow you're going to hear about another story. How fast is that moves? Umewasikia presenter wengine hapo wameeleza mambo mbalimbali kuhusiana na utumiaji wa artificial intelligence. Na hii teknolojia, kwa nini inaonyesha hii graph? Kwa sababu nyinyi mnataka mliokuweko hapa muelewe kwamba tusiwachwe nyuma. Teknolojia hii inakwenda haraka, kwa hivyo na sisi tuwe tupo tayari ili kuweza kuipokea. We need to embrace this technology and we move with the speed that AI is moving. Let's move to the next slide. Now, transformative power of artificial intelligence and technology. Technology could be emerging technology or it could be any other related ICT technology out there. But in the current context, if you look at it, ukiangalia sasa hivi AI ni technology ambayo reshaping the workplaces globally. Na Zanzibar na sisi tunahitaji vile vile kwamba kubadilika, kwamba AI inabadilisha mambo mengi sana, na tukienda katika hizo slide huko mbele ndio tutaona kwa nini inabadilisha mambo mengi sana. Sasa, this is the current context. When we talk about the digital future, what that means. Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar is developing a coherent AI governance framework. Now, lengo ni service delivery. Public service delivery, accountability, and citizen trust. Now, the context here, we'll talk a little bit about the service delivery for the government, and we'll focus a little bit more about the Zanzibar government, but this is everywhere. So I just want to get that better understanding of what we're talking about here. So if we move to the next slide. we have a Zanzibar strategic vision. Now, if you look at this, we have 3 pillars. Pillar 1, AI-powered governance. Hii tunakusudia kwamba kama tutatumia akili AI, artificial intelligence, basi kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tutafaidika navyo katika masuala haya, especially katika masuala ya governance, e-governance. Utakuta kwamba maadili tutaweza kuyaweka vizuri, alafu vile vile kuna transparent, kuna efficiency in public service. Now, you will hear efficiency in public services everywhere because communities need a better service. So we'll be talking that a lot more, we'll be repeating a lot more, but when you look at the e-governance, it's more about bringing the accountability, transparency, but also the efficiency in public service. Watu hawataki kupata huduma wakachelewa. They need the faster services. Alafu zinakuwa za uhakika. Now, pillar number 2 is empowered workforce. Hapa ndio nakuta kwamba utumishi wa umma lazima uwe umewezeshwa. Empowered workforce means the public servant as digital innovators and policy thinkers. They can think a lot more kuhusiana na masuala haya ya vipi tutaweza kuitumia teknolojia hizi ambazo zinazoibuka, especially hapa tunazungumzia kwamba artificial intelligence. Pillar number 3, inclusive digital economy. Tuwawezeshe wote, tusiwe ni kwamba tunakwenda baadhi tuna wengine hawaendelei. Kwa hivyo hii ni social economic alignment with the Zanzibar context. If we move on to the next slide. Kwa nini, why AI matters for e-governance? Kwa nini? Of course, kuna wenzetu presenters, they already mentioned about the need for the AI, akili unde. Kuna mambo mengi sana yanapatikana kwenye AI, lakini hapa najaribu tumeweka just a summary ya why this matters. So at the end of this session, at least you have to understand and give the value of the AI. Now, the top there's a transform decision-making, speed and accuracy. Haya masuala ya speed na accuracy ni muhimu sana kabisa, especially katika service delivery. Tunapotoa huduma, tunataka kwamba huduma ipatikane kwa haraka, hutaki kupata huduma ikachelewa. Lakini vile vile iwe na uhakika. So that's why transform decision-making, speed and accuracy. Here we are saying build a future-ready government institutions. Now changes are coming, as we mentioned before. The technologies keep on evolving, keeping up more things in there, the new things. So why don't we have the government institution to be ready for the changes? That is what it's about. Now, we need to modernize administrative processes. There are some processes that don't need human to be sitting there and spend a lot of hours or days. AI can help. And that's why tunasema kwamba we have to modernize those steps. The other presenters, just the previous one, mentioned a lot about how the AI can really push, can really help. And that's exactly what we're talking here. Now, there you see that enables data-driven policy formulation. If you have data, AI will help you a lot in terms of the speed of giving you more insight na kukusaidia zaidi katika kuweka zile decision. Alafu ya mwisho, enhance citizen engagement and service access. If you ask about me, in the e-government, we are more caring about how we deliver the services. So you'll hear me more talking about the services, because we want everyone, every citizen to be really, to feel it, that the government is really caring about them and they're providing the services, the quality services. So enhance the citizen engagement and service access is very, very important. If we move on to the next slide, AI for digital transformation in Zanzibar. As I mentioned before, I'll be talking about Zanzibar, but this doesn't mean just Zanzibar. It could be anywhere else that you could relate, but we're just showing an example here. If you look at the current state, the challenges today, and if you look at the future with the AI, digital future, how that will look like. For example, you could have the current state right now that it says fragmented service delivery. So service delivery is available in so many places. Hizi huduma zinatolewa kwa kila mtu. Taasisi hii inatoa huyu, huyu anatoa huyu, anatoa huyu, kwa hivyo mwananchi anapata shida. Hajui anapata vipi zile huduma. Now, if you go here with a digital future, you have a one place. Una sehemu moja ambayo inakuwa ni rahisi kupata huduma zote. It's so much easier kwa kumwambia mtu nenda sehemu fulani, halafu pale utapata huduma zote. Sasa afike pale, AI ndio ina drive, inamuuliza tu wewe unahitaji kitu gani? Una shida gani siku ya leo? Akianza kusema, AI inampeleka kule anakotaka kupata ile huduma. Nahitaji cheti cha kuzaliwa. Yeye aseme ile tu, inampeleka moja kwa moja mpaka pale inapata ile huduma, halafu anajaza zile information. Hii ndio maana tunakusudia kwamba unified smart governance. Here we have a limited digital infrastructure. Miundombinu yetu imekuwa haijajitosheleza. Now, when you move into the digital future, you have a robust digital framework. Much better, ambayo itakuwa inaweza kukupa huduma na za kuweza kufacilitate vile vitu ambavyo vinahitajika wakati wote. Alafu kuna skill gaps in public sector. Skill gaps ni jambo ambalo sote tunatakiwa tulipe kipaumbele kwa sababu you cannot move, huwezi kufika mbele huko na digital future bila kuwa na skills za kutosha. Kwa hivyo kuna wenzetu hapa wengine wa human resource na sehemu nyingine, wale ni muhimu sana wakaelewa hilo ili wakaipa priority mambo kama haya. Kwa hiyo you need empowered digital workforce. Ili kuwa na future ready, lazima umewawezesha wale watu watumishi wa umma ili waweze kutoa zile huduma ambazo zinatakiwa. Na ya mwisho hapa inasema uncoordinated AI deployment across MDAs. Hii ina maana kwamba kila mmoja anafanya jitihada zake. Taasisi hii inafanya hivi, taasisi inafanya ile. Hakuna ile one way kwamba kuonyesha kwamba sote tunaelekea the same direction. Kwa hivyo here we are talking about coordinated AI governance across all ministries. Hii ni muhimu kwa sababu haina haja kwamba others are doing this way and others are doing that way. They are all moving on the same direction so that the alignment inapatikana kwa wote. If we move on into the next slide, we are talking about there's a risk. I'm sure the others presenters have already mentioned about it, but we also thought there's a need to mention about it. There's a risk on the artificial intelligence. Now, why we have risk? You need to know risk so that you can mitigate all these risks. Ujitayarishe nazo ili uweze kuona kwamba zile hazileti madhara yoyote. Hapa tuna ethical risk, na hizi nyingine nyingi inakuwa tumeshazisikia na tumeshaziona. Baadhi ya utumiaji wa AI zinakuwa ikiwa hakuna maadili mazuri katika utumiaji wa hii akili unde, kwa hiyo unakuta kuna vitu vinafanyika ambavyo sio sawa. There's a legal risk na inahusiana na masuala ya compliance, regulations, lazima iwe zipo riski hizo. Kwa hivyo haya yote tunatakiwa tuyafanyie kazi ili yasije yakawa na madhara yote. Kuna operational risk ambayo ni practical implementation and maintenance challenges. There could be challenges on the just day-to-day operational. Kwa hivyo hizo pia we need to make sure that we combat that. But there's also cyber security risk. Tunatakiwa lazima tuweze kuziweka mifumo yetu katika hali ya usalama ili kwamba zile data zisije kuwa akazipata mtu mwingine ambaye hahitajiki. Lakini vile vile kuna reputational risk. Masuala kama wananchi, jamii kutokuamini tena kwamba kimetokea kitu ambacho sivyo kilivyotakiwa na jamii kawa hawezi tena kuamini kwamba yale matokeo ambayo yanatakiwa pale yatokee. So AI failures or misuse. Now, if we move on into the next slide, we'll see the current challenges for AI in e-governance. We mentioned 6 critical challenges, and this could be part related to Zanzibar, but others can familiarize with the other environment they are in. Kuna challenges ambazo 6 tumeziona. The first one, uncoordinated AI deployment across MDAs. Na hii ni kwamba ni ile kwamba tulimeshaeleza kule nyuma kwamba kama itakuwa hakuna alignment katika masuala ya AI haya katika utumiaji, basi vile vile itakuwa ni matatizo. Fragmented governance structure vile vile inaweza kuleta matatizo makubwa katika challenge hizo zinazofanyika. Vile vile kuna digital skill gaps in the workforce. Now, digital skill gap, hii bila shaka ni jambo ambalo la kuliangalia sana na kuliweza kulitatua. Alafu ethical and legal compliance gap. Of course, kunatakiwa masuala kufuatwa ile miongozo na zile taratibu zote ambazo zinazohitajika. Cyber security vulnerabilities, that is also a challenge. We have to make sure we have environment ambayo iko secure na haina matatizo yote. Alafu kule ya mwisho kabisa ni public trust deficit. Ikiwa kwamba wajamii inajihisi kwamba hawezi kuamini tena kile kitu ambacho kinatoka pale, so that will be another problem. So that's another challenge. If we move on to the next slide, we can move into the opportunities. Here we are more talking about, of course, we look at the risk, we look at the challenges. Now we are talking about what are the opportunities kwa haya masuala ya AI kwa hapa Zanzibar. Kwanza kuna public service enhancement, ni kuwawezesha watumishi wa umma kuweza kutumia vizuri teknolojia hizi. Na the next one here ni social economic empowerment. Kwa sababu hatuzungumzii tu, tunazungumzia jamii yote nzima. Kwa hivyo we have a foundation, then we expand. Once we have this foundation ready, then we can expand into the social economic empowerment kwa jamii nzima. Then we can move into the peak growth. Now we are moving faster. We could be really moving ahead. Kwa specialized skill demand. Na hapa ndo tutaweza kuwezesha zaidi jamii na kuweza kuwa na uwezo mkubwa zaidi wa kuweza kutumia hizi teknolojia za kisasa na kuweza kufika mbali zaidi. Now, one of the things they said about technology is different. The technology that we use it here today is the same technology is used everywhere. So, kwa mfano, unaweza kuwa na mwanafunzi leo, vijana wakaweka vizuri, wakafanya kazi vizuri, the same watu hawa wanaweza kwenda nchi nyingine wakafanya masuala yale tena, kwa sababu teknolojia ni ile, ni tofauti na unapozungumza other tools ambazo zinatumika. Kwa hivyo hii tunapozungumzia kwamba specialized skills demand ni fursa pekee ambayo inawezesha vijana wetu vile vile kuweza kufika mbali zaidi na wao. If we move on into the next slide, evolution of the public servant. We have a traditional era, we are moving into the digital era. If you look at this, tumeona hapa kama kuna administrator, huku katika digital tunazungumza kwamba tuna digital innovators. Hapa tuna policy writer. Tunapomove katika huko zaidi katika digital tunazungumzia kwamba policy thinker and tech integrator. Tunapozungumzia hapo katika traditional manual processor, watu wanafanya kwa njia manual. Huko tunazungumzia katika digital era, we have AI, artificial intelligence, augmented decision maker. Na hiyo ndio inakupatia ile uharaka wa kufanya kitu na kuwa na accuracy ya uhakika kabisa. Now, traditional we have a siloed workers, watu mmoja wanafanya kazi wenyewe. Huku katika digital era tuna collaborative digital professional. Inakuwa kuna ushirikiano zaidi katika mazingira ya digital era. Kwa hivyo hiyo tunaona vile vile ni kwamba if we can move, tunaweza kutoka huku traditional tukaenda kule katika digital era, kuna mabadiliko makubwa ambayo na manufaa yatapatikana katika jambo hili. Tukiendelea the next slide, msichoke, we're almost there. Strategic implementation roadmap. Roadmap is important kwa sababu without a roadmap you don't know where you're going. Now, the roadmap here in our 4 phases. Na ukiangalia mwanzo kabisa ni foundation. Phase ya kwanza, una develop AI guidelines, alafu una establish government commitment. Fortunate enough in Zanzibar right now we are developing our AI guidelines. We're in progress. So we're in the foundation phase, but then soon we'll be moving into the phase 2 with the capacity building. Ambapo hapa tutakuta kwamba tuna train public servant, tuna update curricula, tuna launch pilot programs. So hopefully soon we'll move from phase 1 to phase 2. Phase 3 now itakuwa ni more katika kuona in reality, in practical. Kwa hivyo takuwa hapa sasa tunakwenda ku deploy kwenye taasisi mbalimbali za serikali. Alafu ya mwisho kabisa, you have to always monitor and evaluate to make sure that if you can go back and make any changes in order for the benefit of reaching that goal. Kwa hivyo hii ndio strategic implementation roadmap ambayo tulikuwa tunayo. Now, recommendations. If you move into the next one is key recommendations. Now, tunazo 6. Tuna hatua 6 za kimkakati ambazo 6 strategic actions. We have a number 1, unified AI governance framework. We need to have the unified AI governance so then we can give it directions to everyone out there, knowing which direction we're moving. The next one is educational curriculum reform. That is needed in order to adapt with these changes. Kwa sababu tuna mabadiliko mengi, kwa hivyo lazima mafunzo yafanyike ili tunapopata workforce sasa wanakuwa wako ready. Number 3, cyber security and data protection. Hii iweze kuepuka. This is needed, is must, because you need to secure the environment. Now, number 4, ethical AI review board. You will need a board so then you can have a team that can look at everything that is happening out there and make recommendations of what is needed to be changed or to be aligned. Number 5, socio-economic alignment. That is must because you are dealing with the community. So the community has to be ready, has to be aligned, has to move on the same procedures as the others. So if we can do this in the government, then we can push to the rest of the communities as well. Number 6, performance metrics and monitoring. As I mentioned before, anything that you do, you have to make sure that you go back and then monitor and see where we need to make changes. Tunahitaji lazima tuweze kuona kwamba tulichokifanya kiko sawa, kama kiko sawa tufanye nini ili turudi tena tuweke changes ili ziweze kufanyika kuperform vile ambavyo tunahitaji. Now, if you can move on to the almost to the end. Yeah, now I have 2 more slides. I just need everyone to have energy. Now, Zanzibar 2030. 4 years from now, let's say, where would we be as a digital-first government? Now, the vision is Zanzibar where every citizen benefits from AI-powered public services. What does that mean? There's a transparency, there's accountability, inclusive and efficient service delivery. So here you can see 100% digital public service access. Also, all government services should be available in a digital way. So no more paperwork, no more manual processes that has to happen out there. We also have AI-governed decision support systems. Itusaidie sasa akili unde katika kuweka maamuzi, kwa sababu tukifundisha vizuri akili unde basi hata zile processes zake itatusaidia sana katika process ya kukoteka kuweka maamuzi haya. Then we have a fully trained digital public workforce. Why? Because at that point, we will have everyone is aware. Wako tayari na wanaendelea na shughuli za kila siku kama kawaida. Halafu the last one, but not least, is a trusted, secure, and ethical AI framework. Tuna taratibu nzuri tumeziweka katika utumiaji huu wa masuala yote ya akili unde ambayo ni artificial intelligence na iko katika hali ya usalama. Now, last but not least, we are talking about a new era begin. The time to act is now. Now, I'll be saying this about the Zanzibar. All I can say is that Zanzibar has a unique opportunity to lead the digital governments to Africa or East Africa. With the right framework, Zanzibar can become a model for kwa hiyo wengine wakaweza kuanza kukopi vile vile wakaona kwamba if you can do this then we can, the rest of it will be more katika kuhakikisha kwamba unafanya na wewe kile ambacho umekifanya wenzio. It is a replication. Itatumika hapa. Sasa every ministry, every public servant, every student has a role to play. So what you have to do, we have to develop, we deploy, we empower, and then we transform. So this is what we have. Thank you very much.
Nimesoma kitu. Kumbe AI inaitwa akili. Na mkunifunza hiyo jana, SHUHULI. Niko hapa nasema AI, kumbe inaitwa akili unde. Yes. Mina, you got that? AI in Swahili is called akili unde. All right, so we will have DG sit in a panel, so please pack your questions. We are coming to that now. But at this point in time, I would like to invite Mr. John Goldberg, who is a published author. He has developed, ebu sema moja. Sema moja. Mbili. 10. 15. 20. 25. He has developed 25 apps. Nimesema mseme. So Johnny is a published author. He leads in quite a number of organizations. He has his books here. You can see him to have a conversation around it. He even talks about how to transition from employment into entrepreneurship. Najua wengine hapa mnafikiria sijui retirement ya kuja, sijui umechoka kwa mshahara wa kila siku unataka kwenda there's that here. So Johnny is going to do a quick presentation and then we will have the DG, Johnny and Mina sit in a panel and I promise to release you by 1:15 for lunch. Sawa? Tumekubaliana? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Johnny Goldberg from South Africa up on stage.
Thank you very much, Madam Organizer, Facilitator. I really do appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm deeply honored to TRAPA, your President, your General Secretary, for the hospitality and to come to Africa. Our friend from WEC as first time in Southern Africa, so we welcome you, Mina, to South Africa, Africa, and the bottom part of Africa, and we hope you come back very shortly. You had the pitch for the August conference here back in Tanzania. I'm honored to be able to give you what I learned in Sydney last week. I attended a YPO Edge conference in Sydney around AI, and I voice recorded some of the sessions we were allowed to voice record, and I then with my team put them into this beautiful slideshow which is available for you to take home in respect to what we're talking about. I'm deeply privileged that our African counterparts that have spoken this morning, Qurecia, Jackie and Dr. Said, are right on the button with the international experts in this game. So Africa first, because Africa can lead, and we've heard some of our speakers speak about that, and there's no doubt we can. So many of the concepts that have been spoken about this morning, you'll see come up in these slides. Google executives were at this presentation, and mainly my summary of these 4 or 5 slides is around what Google representatives are saying, and importantly, the failures around BARD and what they did in respect of taking BARD and the failure of BARD, their language model, to Gemini, where it is now the number 1. What are the lessons to be learned by that? I am also here, representing CAPES, the Confederation in South Africa. Jackie is my colleague, sits in the executive. I'm the CEO, one of my part-time roles. But coming out of Sydney, and you'll get all these slides, and I can give you even more slides, the big issue is around what we've done in the past. I'm in my 60s. Thank you very much. I look younger. I do appreciate that comment. Thank you. Great privilege. But I effectively, if I can adapt to AI, if I can be obsessed with AI, every single person in this room and every person in Africa can be obsessed too. Because it's getting easier to use, that's the issue. It's much more difficult. I remember when I went from my BlackBerry, most of you won't remember a BlackBerry, to a screenshot modern phone like an Apple. It was a huge transition for me. Now I can't imagine not having a smartphone. But the real problem we sit with is we're not in a change of era, we're in a change of eras. Any one of these things is difficult to manage. The environment, we see it in Africa. We are the recipients of this huge environmental change that's happened. Demographics, and of course the big thing for us as Africa is we have the youth. How do we ensure that that youth has meaningful employment, just and meaningful employment? The geopolitics that are playing out in the world today are unbelievable. And of course technology, which we've talked about the whole morning and yesterday. But the underestimation, why leaders underestimate about scaling AI, according to Google execs, this is not me, this is my voice recording of what they're saying, put into a simple tool with my team in respect to producing these beautiful slides. Where confidence breaks, you need to determine that. So what does your model do when it lacks confidence, and define the behavior explicitly? 2 to 3 of the speakers have talked about mapping out your process in detail. We've just partnered with a company called Hatchworks out the USA, coming out this conference, that really understand implementation of AI. And they are asking us as South African HR practitioners to map out the process. They're saying, unless the process is mapped out properly, you get that data in, that's data bad in. You need to map the process out. And the other thing that they come to us about as a human resources practitioner consultancy, which I also have and run for 35 years, is they don't understand the transformational process. So I'm going to give you a thesis now in 5 minutes to say that you HR practitioners need to own this space. Actually, the view and the vision I have coming out of the conferences I've attended and the research I've done, because I'm a researcher, I love this particular space, is actually the new modern age person is the HR AI executive. The head of Google Learning Worldwide said to us, the head of Google Learning Worldwide, he's not an expert. He understands enough to lead the team, but he's got experts in his team. So we can be the future. Why? Because we're the only people that understand transformational processes. And for years we've tried to get a seat around the boardroom table that's meaningful. And for years we haven't been able to get line management to accept the responsibility that it's their people, they should be performance managing, discipline, etc., etc. And to one speaker, or one question, one comment was made, we have been largely put into the data processing zone. We now have the opportunity, because this process, unless it's done correctly and mapped out process, it will be a problem. Where the failure lives, map out your model's failure before they become customer facing, and build reliability, fallback systems before you get there. So we're going to an era where Johnny, for 35 years of business experience, I always know the answer. Now, leaders don't know the answer. We are now managing to an era where we don't know the answer, and we really need to be responsive to say, we need you, team, to help us build that answer together. It's not as safe as it was in the last 35 years, and what I did for the last 35 years will definitely not determine the next year. Forget about the next 5 years. So 100 to 1, 1-to-1 system, 100 to 1, and then of course your reliability first. But here's even a better slide coming out of Google for me. What are the 3 leadership shifts from Google that you need? First, from expert Johnny, to a catalyst of change. Who does that best? HR executives. From perfect to courage. So we haven't got the solution, we don't know the answers. It's not going to be perfect, but effectively we need our courage to look at learning, continuous learning. I have the rights to run out Harvard short courses in Southern Africa, and we're doing that very, very well. But the fact is it's now micro-learning. It's a 3-hour course that gives you a Harvard certificate if you pass the test at the end of it. So everything's not about me going to get a BCom or a BSc degree anymore. That learning has changed significantly. For us who are professors at university, again, the world has changed. And unless these universities and educational institutions, schools understand that, embrace this technology, Meema spoke about it, responsibly, we're going to be left behind because micro-learning is going to take over. And then from analyst to storyteller. Johnny isn't the analyst anymore. I'm the storyteller bringing people hope. And you'll see in the next slide the real problem with language in this space. So I read an Economist article this week that says that 70% of AI interactions fail. So we, as the people who don't want to adopt the technology, say, yeah, you see, yes, you see, it fails. But then no one tells you the story that effectively Netflix has saved $1 billion in their predictive AI model to their consumers. Okay? That Amazon, 30 to 35% of their current sales come from AI technology. 30 to 35% of Amazon sales. I was at a shopping center the other day and I said, oh, but you look like Jeff Bezos. You know, that's what someone said to me. I'm not so sure I want to be proud of that. And then down the track later, someone said, well, you look like Bruce Willis. So I was quite split personality. Do I want to be Bruce Willis, the actor, or do I want to be Jeff Bezos, the owner and founder of Apple? So we need to move from knowing what we're doing to the storytellers, leaders, to inspire on this journey. And this was a brilliant lesson. BAADA was their failed model of AI that they produced. $100 billion in market stock loss. I would have fired the BAADA team. I said, guys, girls, you got it wrong. They didn't do that. They said they had the courage to try. They didn't punish the mistake. They rewarded the courage. They paused, they supported the teams, and they learned from the knowledge that this team had to fix the problem, to change it in Gemini, which is now #1. Now that's very different to what I've been taught and what I've experienced in 35 years of my business. That the team that's failed, that cost you 100 billion rand, dollars, rand's not as good, but it hasn't done well lately. You embrace and you move on with. And of course, this is the cultural problem. Language that triggers cortisol, the fear and flight mode, is productivity, efficiency, optimization, cost reduction. We hear that every day. We need to change that to possibility. Creative, expanded capabilities, and amplified impact. One of my teams spent 15 minutes with one of my executive assistants the other day and taught her how to do a good PowerPoint presentation using the current technology that's out there. It changed her life. She's so enthused now. She's so encouraged. She's so non-threatened by her job. So just a little bit of help, a little bit of coaching, and getting people to believe in what we're there. And Google's bottom-up approach is the following. They are councils of AI influencers, council of AI influencers, AI best festivals, and bottom-up process. You should be celebrating people who have taken on the technology and using it for their jobs. There's no need. I come from, I'm a lawyer by trade, and effectively come from dictaphoning, where you actually dictaphone your typing all the time in a transcribed version. That hasn't been necessary for at least 2 years. So effectively, anyone who's still getting typing pools, we have lost the plot, because coming out of Edge, those voice recordings went straight into a language model to translate, and then straight into a slide projector with, of course, a human interface. So what does it take to win with AI? A is not the internet, it's electricity that's going to be everywhere. The change is going to happen whether you like it or not. We need to, of course, get on that band, because you will never be at this beginning stage, as I said yesterday. It's like Apple launching their shares today and you buy them for $1. You wouldn't have to work again in the rest of your life if you knew that. We need to get onto this technology, and the last point on the slide will show you the issue that's going to happen. Become the conductor, not the instrument or the instructor. So us as leaders have got to be the conductor of getting the teams together. My teams understand a lot more about AI. We've developed 25 bots already in human resources. I'm never going to understand the technical aspects of those. I'm actually not interested in the technical aspects, but I understand enough to guide the team and put the right team together to produce. We produced 2 world firsts coming out of South Africa, and there's no reason why my African counterparts can't produce world firsts. And then finally, 20% of the companies will catch 80% of the market gains. So again, if the Googles, the Microsoft, I'm going to use the technology that's in those platforms. One, because they're ahead of everyone else, and I think it's going to be difficult to catch them. And two, at least when you use architecture that is paid for, that is secure, you are using secure technology because, of course, we need to protect information. So that's just a few slides from me. I've got a much longer slide deck. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I didn't go over my time, Grace. But you can email me, and Grace will give you these particular slides that you're welcome to use. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
That was powerful, I must admit. Don't you agree? Yeah? Another round of applause for Johnny. And he's a public speaker, I can confirm that. And so before you sit, can I have help? Let's set up the panel. But for you, my people, have you seen the link between what the DG spoke and what Johnny has spoken about? Wazanzibari nawauliza nyinyi. Kuna link what Zanzibar needs to achieve in the next 4 years, alafu Johnny amekupa roadmap. Sasa kama aliana masikio? Aliana masikio? Si mimi nimesema. So I hope you're learning, and we're going to quickly just have a panel discussion, just to give you an opportunity to ask questions and also just continue unpacking this conversation. Niliwaambia leo ni siku ya kusoma. Na I hope mulileta an open mind. Open mind ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Open mind. Kuweka wazi. Ili usikuje na bias, usikuje na 1, 2, 3 things. So we want to have a conversation. Now in the afternoon, after lunch, we also have an interesting conversation ambayo tunauliza leadership, what is your role? Wewe kama kiongozi, role yako ni ipi katika the digital world? That is the conversation we will have after lunch. Lakini kwa sasa tunauliza, how do we transform our workplaces? Kisha tunauliza, what are the challenges and opportunities available for us as we transform the workplace? So allow me at this point to invite Johnny, you can go back on stage. DG, karibu sana. Mina, karibu sana. And this panel will be moderated by Madam Anne Wamonje. Anne Wamonje is a HR consultant. She's wangapi hapa tumepanda mlima Kilimanjaro? Who has been to Mount Kilimanjaro? So Anne Wamonje has managed to climb all the mountains you can name, including Mount Kilimanjaro. But other than that, she's a HR consultant and practitioner, and she loves working with AI, among other things. So ladies and gentlemen, because you have not met Anne, let's appreciate Anne as she comes up on stage. So, yeah, prepare your questions.
Thank you so much, Grace, and good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so as Grace has rightfully put it, my name is Anne Wamonje. I am a certified HR practitioner and consultant. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, and I am honored to moderate this panel this afternoon. And thank you to the panelists for joining me this afternoon for this session. So as Grace brings us the first mic, we have been talking about AI and the digital transformations around our workplace, and my first question will go to Mina. So when it comes to AI-related matters, it's almost like a buzzword. When you go into the workplaces, everybody's talking about AI and everything. So all of us here would like to know in which sectors probably would you say that there is business value as far as the use of AI is concerned, and in which areas do you think it is currently being overhyped?
Wow. I would really look at it holistically. I don't think we can afford to say that there are certain sectors that are excluded. I think a little bit going back to what Johnny was speaking about, the beginning. We are at the beginning of the journey, and so if you look at, yes, there are some sectors. Well, I would say the tech sector itself is overhyped, overvalued. That's what we read. There are other sectors or types of work that we might think today are not concerned or are not at the epicenter of AI transformation, but that's exactly because perhaps those solutions haven't been invented, or we haven't yet gone to embark on that journey. So I think, yeah, it's different in different parts of the world as well. The AI skills gap and the sort of inclusivity element. So if we think about Europe, probably would be considered as a highly connected continent with the high levels of literacy, but even within that continent there are remote areas, there are underserved communities where the access to those tools and the knowledge and the skills development are not the same, let alone speaking about investment. So I think the ministry here, the e-governance, also spoke about the infrastructure. So it almost, everything is connected, and that's what's fascinating and that's what's so difficult, because you need the strategy, but then you have a strategy, you also need the infrastructure, and then the building blocks have to be built at the same time as you implement your strategy. So broad answer to your question.
All right, so basically you're saying it's about access. There are places where it is accessible to a lot of people, and then based also on where you are, that access might not be there as much, right?
Yes, and then because your question was about the sectors, so I think it then goes back to defining what AI means for in this point in time for different roles in different sectors, and that's also the granular work that has to be done to go from the broad principles into the nitty-gritty of the human and the tech, and what are the tasks that tech can take over, amplifying us as we continue to thrive and really be in the leadership of the different sectors and work processes.
All right, thank you, Mina. My next question is to John, and Jackie spoke extensively around matters recruitment and AI. So generally, as we use AI in recruitment, what would be your recommendation around maintaining the technological aspect of it, but we are still ensuring that there is fairness in the process? We are still maintaining the irreplaceable human element during the recruitment process, so that we are not just ticking boxes and hiring people who would not necessarily meet the job expectations in reality.
So I think we also talked about bias in that issue, and many of the job specs are biased in themselves. So for this job, I need a BCom, LLB, MBA as an example. And that creates an inherent bias for people who didn't have access to that, specifically poor people who didn't have access to those qualifications. So I think it starts with the job specking. In my experience of the international world is specifically direct experience in Australia. And again, CVs are generated and CVs are checked right till the final interviews by AI. And I think they've lost the plot of it, because they're losing so many delegates in that process, where I think they need to bring more humanity into it. So first, the proper job spec. It's got so bad in the world where we've got AI utilizing, doing the screening, that people are getting experts to write their CVs so that they can actually be acceptable to the AI bot. And that's where I think we're losing a lot of candidates. There was a previous speaker, I can't remember who, talked about, you know, just discarding a candidate just because they don't, I think it was you, Mina, who discard a candidate just because they don't have that experience. That experience, again, if I can give you one lesson, my lesson is until I started to own my own digital experience in AI, I was always thinking a consultant could do it for me, or someone else could do it for me. They can't. You've got to work with the systems daily yourselves, hopefully in a closed loop if it's business or employer or government-related instance. But you've got to take ownership like your health, like anything else, your relationships. You've got to take ownership for yourself, and it becomes easier and easier to use. So the short answer is, I think there needs to be, in systems that are already developed, you need to bring more humanity into it. For systems that are developing, don't lose a human in the earlier stages and maybe in the middle to latter stages. There can be some selection done, but it's just selecting and discarding many, many great CVs of great people with great attitude and aptitude. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that goes very directly to the HR professionals in the room. Even as we continue with the selection and the recruitment of individuals, and you're using AI in the process, the human element must remain at the end of it, because when the process is done, it is the person that actually gets the job done, right? So my other question goes to Dr. Said. And here, because you work within the public sector, and the government is currently in the process of integrating AI into their processes. So how would you advise government to be able to adopt AI responsibly while still maintaining issues of transparency, citizen trust, and accountability? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Basically, that's a very good question. As we move into the e-governance for the workplace, AI is needed, definitely. So, but how you're going to deploy it, that's what it matters. And that's why guidelines are needed in order to make sure that the AI utilizes the efficient way, the right way, and not in an unethical way. So if you look at this, I mentioned before in the presentation, I mean, and I'm very happy for the response that we have heard from my other colleagues here. AI could be used in everywhere. I mean, a lot of places. For us in the service delivery, I mean, if you look at this, there are so many places that you really need AI to assist. There are areas that human is not needed. AI can speed up the processes faster into the deliverables with the accuracy in it. But again, we have to make sure that we provide the proper guidelines, proper policies to the government, especially the, we call them the head of the government institutions, so then they are aware. This is the right path to follow. So then the adaptation of the AI, it becomes well acceptable within the government. And that's why from the e-government side, we always make sure we have the guidelines and the standards and the policies to make sure that we provide to every government entity in there to make sure that things are followed in a proper way, in an ethical way, and in the secure way. So that's pretty much what I can say on this part. Thank you. All right, thank you. So it's around the guidelines that are required around the adoption of the AI usage. I think that's clear. So to Mina, again, I would like to know, you know, for me and for a lot of people in the room, we are told back in the workplace that, you know, if you don't adapt to AI, it is going to take your job. That is literally the summary of, or how we get motivated to, you know, introduce AI into our daily work systems. So how would recruitment leaders or educational institutions or other institutions be able to turn displacement challenges that we are being threatened with into upskilling opportunities?
I think one of the quotes that is kind of floating around for some time now is that it's not AI taking your job, it's another person who knows how to use AI better than you do. And this goes for every profession. If you take a recruiter, or if you take a marketing person, or a lawyer. If you have people in the market who are very good at using AI, the latest tools, trying out the new innovations, and to stay in the lead and be strategic about that use, those are the people who will then lead in the professions. They will get the best jobs. And I think that goes for, again, for any profession, for any type of role. I would always recruit someone who knows how to use AI for his or her role. So that goes back to making sure that those tools are used and embraced, but it's not something that this bot is going to now walk into the office and be in that workplace. So yeah, we have that responsibility and have to have that curiosity as well to stay on top of the new developments. And indeed, I agree with Johnny that it's also being critical about them. So the critical thinking element, is this really adding value, and is this really then, are we going to a society where, for instance, again, in social media and communication, AI is drafting the social media posts, and then AI is also reading them, because there's such a fatigue of human eyes looking at AI-generated text, which is very similar. So you can see that.
All right, thank you. So we've heard, it's not that AI is coming to take your job, it is somebody who is more AI proficient that would probably take up the job that you are currently doing. All right, to John, during your presentation, you mentioned performance management being the work of the heads of department or something like that. Within our current setup, there is the general notion that the performance management role is the HR function, which I do agree with you that this is run by the heads of department, but it is guided by the HR, right? So because we have a lot of HR professionals in this room, how would the HR managers that we are currently working with be able to redesign their performance management systems in an AI-augmented workplace?
Now, thanks very much. You know, I think I start with the response by saying, in 35 years of both South African and international experience around performance management systems, at least 70% of them don't work. So especially if they're related to pay, and you ask people about whether they're satisfied with the fact that they only got 0% increase and other people got 5%, you find that people don't think it's equitable. So, you know, again, we've got a real big problem around using performance for anything else but, you know, corrective behavior and maybe training development opportunities. I think for me, AI is going to digitalize your performance management, and AI is going to show you where the spots are where there's underperformance. But as human beings, leadership's still going to have to change the organization and transform it. And again, having consulted worldwide with organizations, the difference between some German companies, so I represent Volkswagen, BMW as an example, and Mercedes-Benz, but even the difference of culture between Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz is huge. So they tackle discipline and difficult conversations differently. And so I think AI is going to help take some of that subjectivity out of it in terms of saying what is the real spotlight for a human, a leadership team to be in to transform. Because AI is going to digitalize your business, but leaders are still going to transform your business. So for me, that's the opportunity. And that's one of the bots we developed, the world first in doing discipline. You can do it without a human being anymore. One of the big parts of your jobs as HR is this discipline process. No one likes it. No one gets out of bed saying you want to discipline Johnny. But effectively, we've developed a bot that can do that without using the company rules and regulations, the processes, the laws of the country, and come with a decision after feeding in the statements. It's going to go there. You're not going to need a judge or a magistrate or an arbitrator in the future. That's going to be all done by AI. And the AI will do it if it's not biased. If you go back to Jackie's lecture, if we get diverse people feeding that into the AI and programming the AI tool, we're going to get a much better outcome than from a human judge arbitrator. And I look forward to that world, because then you'll be able to spend more time on the performance issue, what's the spotlight, and how do we get Johnny to move? Because the real big problem is this is again about culture. And culture is built on beliefs. And how do we quickly change those particular beliefs, letting people go from frustration, anger, the Kubler-Ross curve, and to the process of experimentation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And as we go to our last question, I would like us to prepare our own individual questions to the panel. So my last question would be to Dr. Said. We are talking about digital transformation throughout this conference that we are in. So what does digital transformation really mean beyond just adapting new technology? And how do we as organizations avoid mistaking digitization with transformation? Thank you for your question. So basically, thank you. Very good answer. So basically, digital transformation is where you are really changing the processes that you are doing every day in the, I'll talk about service delivery in the government. How do we daily do our operational? So if you look at how do you provide the services within the government, changing that and the transform from the paper-based or the manual process into the automated process and make it easier, transparent, accountable, and easier to be accessible, then you really change and you got it, you went through that journey of the digital transformation. So basically, here you are providing your services that someone can get those services anywhere where they are at any time. So 24/7 services that whenever you are, they are accessible. So if you look at that, and then you can always not ignore AI into this, because I'll tell you, those service delivery need to be integrated with the AI to make it easier, efficiency, faster delivery, and quick decision making. So always, you will have to use this latest technology to help you in order to provide services to the community. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much to the panel. And Grace, you would be able to assist me here, take up any questions if there are. So if you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. Yes.
Thank you so much for your interventions. While Madam Amina, you were intervening about how do we plan to, is AI gonna reduces the workforce, reduces our work? I just reflected on something. There is this thing. We know very well that generations are different. We have Gen Zs, we have Alpha that is coming up, millennials, baby boomers, and etc. And I'm worried about generations, I mean more than Gen Zs. Because as of now, we see how adaptable, flexibility, faster learners are Gen Zs at our workplaces. And when you go by ages, millennials, baby boomers, systems, IT skills, adaptability, it is really significantly reducing. Now, my worry is about how are we going to support other generations, not only those Gen Zs who are faster, they had a chance to learn IT in their schools, universities, we have ITs on our hands, at home, everywhere. How do you think, what is your take like? How are we going to support those other generations like millennials and baby boomers or whatever to really adapt the job market, to not lose their jobs, yet the flexibility are not the same as our friends Gen Zs. What is your take? And the same goes to the DG of the Zanzibar government. In your workload during the presentations, you have shown that you are planning to build the capacity of public servants in Zanzibar. And how do you plan maybe to those who will not really catch up faster on AI? What is the government thinking, maybe the planification, because we are not all at the same level to learn, but we need to think on those who are lagging behind. Thank you so much.
That's a great question, and indeed the multi-generational workforce is really a fascinating topic. And actually World Employment Confederation has a social impact report on our website from last year on this topic. It's indeed on the one hand about the generations, so the year when you were born and sort of mapping according to that, but it's also about the phase of life in which you're in. So whether you're a young single person, very flexible, whether you have family caring obligations, whether you are an older person. So it is a very broad topic. I think in terms of the learnings, I mean, ideally the teams in such multi-generational workplaces, the different generations can also teach each other. So I think the young colleagues in a team, they do play this role of sort of showing, just like we all show our parents and sometimes our grandparents, how to use the latest application and communication tool. There is that skilling that can be from the more junior team members to the more senior, but equally, I mean, the human workplace, which I believe will still remain to some extent, there is also still that value of the older generations in teaching younger ones about many workplace skills. What I've heard a lot is that this digital generation that has also gone through COVID and has gone into a sort of remote learning, remote work, lacks many of the skills that you learn in the workplace, in the physical workplace actually. And so I think the older mentors, the older generations really have that role to play as well. And we all need to complement each other. So maybe the younger generations are more tech savvy, they can bring that to the different teams and organizations. And then there is still value also, it was reflected on earlier today, of the human nature of our workplaces, of the knowledge that is gathered over decades. And in the ideal place, the workplace of today and the workplace of tomorrow is a sort of hybrid between presence and online in the right combination, using tools, but also the human interaction and allowing humans to take the accountability and leadership on that.
Thank you. If I may also answer the question, thank you very much for asking this question. First of all, so in the government workforce, yes, you are correct. But I'll start with just the normal digital literacy, first of all. So the digital literacy, there's a gap. I mean, if you look at the government itself. But we can start it from there. I mean, we already started to make sure that we fix this issue, because with the digital literacy, what that means is there's ICT system that we are deploying. We find that some of the users will be complaining, right? They'll say the system is not working, but it's not about working, it's about they are not literate enough to navigate through the systems. So we are pushing a lot of efforts to make sure that the digital literacy become much better now, you know, in the workforce. But apart from that, then we're going to the AI. The AI is more about how the AI is really integrated within the systems. So the AI could be there, and AI could not be even seen so long as the literacy is there in the digital way. So then when we build the systems, we make sure we look at all the ranges. Who is going to use the system, right? The ICT system, as was mentioned here. You look at the age group from all the way older, younger, and then you match that system to make sure that everyone will be able to use the system in much better, efficient way. So by doing that, it will make a lot easier to deploy these systems and plug in with the AI and make it work. But also the government is putting more effort into the AI, because what we have started is where recently we educated the top of the ministries, government ministries, all of them. We put them in a meeting like this, and then we started educating them what the AI is all about, because we see that if we can have the top understand the importance of this AI and what this is going to help, then at the bottom, when you go to the ICT professional at the bottom, it will be so much easier for them to embrace this technology and apply it, and the leadership will be willing to really accept it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you so much for a very informative session. Really a lot of information to process and unpack. But I have a question on to the DG. The digital workplace is becoming borderless, but how do we continue ensuring that African talents remain to be value creators as opposed to cost-efficient contributors?
Thank you very much. So here in Zanzibar, we have the Ministry of Communication, Information Technology and Innovation. And one of the goals is on that part of the innovation, we make sure that we empower the young talents. Whenever they come up with a new technology, the technology that will help with the government or the community, we empower them, we embrace the technology, and we bring it to the market. So that's one of the areas that is really empowering. I'm sure our minister of the ministry came here for the opening, and we are really pushing that agenda to the community. And that's a very good question that you asked, because I mentioned it before. It could be the lawyer, let's say, for example, the lawyer who graduated or who is practicing in Zanzibar, when you go into all the way to USA, for example, Silicon Valley, it could be a different story, right? Or could be, you go to Europe, there'll be a procedure has to be followed. Now, technology is a different story. When someone is a professional working on the coding, you're taking here in Zanzibar, you put them into, let's say, from USA, Silicon Valley, they'll be doing the same thing. They can match the actual technology that they follow, because technology is the same. So that's another opportunity when you come into this, into the ICT, the opportunity to bring to the young Africans. Thank you.
Doctor, I have a question for you. Implementation of this automation and artificial intelligence, what you're working on right now, you might have done some gap analysis on that. I just wanted to know those gap analysis, what you have done, and what is your 2-year or 3-year plan for that? How you're going to meet it up?
Thank you very much. Good question. I see more interest on the DG. I like it. Gap analysis is must. You cannot avoid it. And I can tell you, I mean, we still have a huge gap comparing to the technology that have to be deployed, have to be utilized, and where the workforce is right now, or where we are. So what we have done, one thing is to make sure that we bring the entrepreneurs or the individual consultant to shaping up the workforce, to our graduate or the ICT professionals within Zanzibar government to be equipped with the right technology so then they can really utilize the ICT. So one thing that what happened in Zanzibar is for the e-government, basically is overseeing all the ICT professionals within the government of Zanzibar. So what we do is we look at the gap, we look at their certifications, we look at what the skills they have, and then we bring up the proper training to equip them so then we can say these are individuals are future ready and they can really navigate with this new technology that is coming adapted everywhere. Thank you.
All right, so that would be the end of our Q&A for now. So should you want to consult more with the panelists, as we break for lunch, you would be able to take up that opportunity. But before I hand over to Grace, I would like to give the panel an opportunity to give us their closing remarks or their parting shot at this point. So I'll start with you, Mina.
Thank you very much. My current thinking is that when we talk about digital transformation, it's really as much about the human as about the technology. So it's those two developments that go together. And as humans in the workplace, we need to take technology with us on that journey and make sure that we grow together with the technology. And it's indeed an ongoing journey and a moving target. Whatever we decide and do today might not be the case anymore next year. So that open mind and flexibility and adaptability is key. And again, I think for our sector and for the HR professionals, for the private employment services, it's a huge opportunity because we are the ones that navigate those changes, and we can bring that flexibility to the labor markets as well.
Thank you so much. John?
Thank you very much. I think 2 points just in conclusion. I think you've got to be practical about this. So let me give you a practical example. I've been using AI to give legal advice on complex employment matters for 2 years. Ethically, with full view of my clients who are international, out of South Africa with multiple operations worldwide. I was dealing with a potential dismissal of an employee out of California the other day. AI gave me the advice. I then gave the advice to the client based on my 35 years of experience. So unless I could take that advice and make it relevant to advice to the executive to make a decision, in the past I'd have to brief an attorney in California 2 weeks later, another 2 weeks later, 4 weeks where I could do it the same day and give them advice and direction. So you've got to get practical about this. So every human resources person here can, not maybe to the ability of the Californian lawyer, but definitely close to it with AI consult worldwide. The other point I give you is I'm not so sure I believe in the generations because I see many people of between the age 50 and 70 adapting to the new technology. It's what I've got is I've got a mentor who's 23 years of age. I mentor many people, but they're normally between 40 and 60. But I'm being mentored myself and subjecting because I need to be mentored on AI. So get yourself a mentor or someone within the workplace, but worried about too many consultants, DG. We've had bad experiences in South African government about that. But get yourself a mentor that can really assist you internally in your organization to get to the gap. I consulted her this morning on something I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And finally to Dr. Said.
Thank you very much. This is a great opportunity to meet all of you and have these discussions. The topic that we discuss here are very, very important, and we need to embrace these new technologies. It will not go away, so we need to embrace and make sure that we also benefit from it. Kwa wenzangu wale wengine wote nawaambia kwamba hizi teknolojia ni mpya na tuzikubali, na kwa wale watu wa HR professional kwamba tuwawezeshe hawa vijana wetu ambao walikuwa ni katika ICT na mpeleke ushauri kwa viongozi kwamba teknolojia inabadilika na sisi tuko tayari na mabadiliko hayo.
Asante sana. Over to you, Grace, and thank you to the panel for taking your time to speak to us. Thank you.
All right, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And if you can just move to the front so that we can take a group photo for the four of you. Yes, just there. Where are our photographers? So that we can get that photo. So thank you very much for educating us and also for taking the time to prepare to be here. We really appreciate. And unajua kwa Waswahili ukikuwa ugenini utoki mkono mtupu. So just hold off a minute. I'd like to invite Simon Vidastas aje kwa sababu ya kuwakabidhi a small package from Thrapa just to take with you for being here. And so Simon and the team, if you can quickly do that, we can hand over the packages from Thrapa to the panelists very, very quickly. So moja kwa moja hapo juu. Photographer, waketi hapo juu ama washuke chini? One by one. Wapi? Chini. So Johnny, you can come down so that you can receive. So thank you so much, Johnny. Asante. Mina, you can come down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. DG. Thank you so much. And of course, our moderator, Asante Sana. Thank you, Anne. Jackie, I would like you to join us so that you can get a package for you as well from Thrapa. Thank you for a wonderful presentation that you did. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. Asante Sana. Thank you. Let's appreciate our speakers. And at this point in time, I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but I would like to invite all of us for a group photo. Photographer, tuketi hapa tupigwe group photo. All right, so if you can come, please come up on stage. Njooni nyote tupige picha pamoja. Let's just come up on stage so that we can take a group photo together. Can we get some seats maybe arranged in front or something? Pange viti, alafu wengine waende juu. Ingine naona ukipanda juu ya meza. Ndio hizo viti, nani analeta viti? Project and team. Mtusaidie kupanga viti hapa. Wengine wasimame juu na wengine chini. Tusiweke kiti. Aya basi njooni tafadhali. Mchangamke, njooni tupige picha. DJ ungetupa muziki kidogo watu wakitembea. Mina, I know you need to quickly go, so this photo is in your honor. Yes, so you can stand there. And then the rest of the team can go up. Come, let's take a photo together. Njooni tuweke record kuwa tulikuweko hapo. DG, tunakuomba tafadhali uje usimame karibu na. Let's go up on stage. Warefu pia tunajipanga huko. Kwa stage, tuende kwa stage. There is room for everybody. Let's take this photo together. Let's take this photo.
Mwashe.
Thank you so much. Naomba wale tunaoenda masjid, naomba tupitie kuponi pale za iftar, naoenda masjid. Naomba tunaoenda masjid tupitie kuponi za iftar. Wale wote tunaoenda masjid, team, naomba tuarrange vizuri, wanaenda masjid wachukue kuponi za iftar. Rehema and your team. Zura. The last table, meza ya mwisho tunaoenda masjid, naomba tupitie kuponi za iftar. Wale ambao tunaenda masjid tupitie kuponi. Wale ambao tunaenda lunch hapo taratibu, tukimaliza tunarudi the final session. Coupon for iftar.
Bags you have, the IDs and everything so far. Yeah. So we actually do printing and branding, and we have a studio. So in printing and branding, we actually do digital printing, we do t-shirt printing, badges, roll-up banners, teardrops, and so on. And actually on the digital printing, we actually do the books printing, company profile, business card, brochures, and all kind of promotional materials you want. And also we supply corporate gifts. If you are looking for the corporate gift for your loved ones, I mean your boss or anyone, your family, we have a very good corporate gift there, nice bottles, gift sets, and so on. So you're welcome to Dar es Salaam Kariakoo, and actually we are the supplier of this Congress as well, TRAPA. We was doing a lot of things. So branding of this Congress, everything branding from the banners, from the setups, designing badges, bags, teardrops there, backstage banners and everything. There you can get everything in our office. We are all registered on every government sectors, so you're welcome to Dar es Salaam Kariakoo. On your tables, you have a company profile. You can visit through company profile. There are so many. There are trophies and everything. You can just go through the company profile. You can just reach out. If you want anything, then we'll just help you out. Thank you so much.
He has left his company profiles on your desks, so you can flip through, and please make sure you invite him to brand your organizations and your events as well. So, kabla tuanze session ya afternoon, simama tu kidogo, simama tu kidogo. Just be upstanding. Stretch your left hand, right hand. This is right hand or left? That one. That one, jaribu kumuita mwenzako, muite. The other hand. Alafu sasa waite juu wote. Tuende chini sasa. Kidogo tu jikunje, kidogo tu. Kama unaweza fika kwa magoti pia fika. Kama unaweza tu shikilia penye umeshikilia sawa. And then you can stand, and then you can just walk and just do this stretch, just, you know, turn your, from waistline up. Yes. And then I want you to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in again, breathe out. I want you to look at your neighbor and tell them, good job so far. Good job so far. Good job so umevumilia mpaka sasa. All right, you can be seated. By the way, kuna wimbo umetungwa na AI kuhusu International Workplace Digital Summit. Kwa hivyo utakapo usikia, unaweza shake kidogo. So we want to go on to the last conversation of the day. Na conversation ya jioni, ya this day, the last conversation ya siku ya leo, ni, who knows what we want to discuss? Who knows the topic of this afternoon? Mbona nilisema? Who knows the conversation of this afternoon? Wengine ndio wanatafuta QR code ya picha. What conversation are we having this afternoon? The role of leadership in driving organization digital transformation. Niliacha jana mmepata QR code ya ratiba. Sasa mlisahau tena. So we want to have a conversation on the role of leadership in digital transformation in the workplace. And we have an amazing panel discussion. Na tuko na wataalamu wa leadership. And ningependa umuulize jirani yako, what do you think leaders do? Muulize tu hapo, nyi wawili tu, what do you think leaders do? Kwa sababu nikiuliza hapa kila mtu, wewe ni kiongozi, nyote mtasema nyinyi ni viongozi. Lakini what do you really do kama kiongozi? Sisikii mkiongea, na ngoja kusikia mkinungunika, What do leaders do? Ai, hapa sasa kumeendaje tena Joe? What do leaders do? What do leaders do? My sister, what do leaders do? Okay. So leaders do what you have said you will do. No one is even going to chat GPT. Can I sample some answers on what leaders do?
They influence followers to achieve the vision, the mission, the objectives.
They raise followers to achieve the mission and vision. No, you know. Warembo, what do leaders do? Chat GPT nilipeana ruhusa ya kuitumia. Nikapeana ruhusa ya kutumia GenSpark ndugu. What do leaders do?
This is not a reference from ChatGPT, but what I think leaders do is to empower. They just empower other subordinates.
Leaders empower others. Bro, what do leaders do?
Actually, leaders bridge the gap between the goals that we are expecting to achieve and the workers.
They are the link between the goals and the employees. Madam, what do leaders do?
I can say in a simple word, leader inspire.
Leaders inspires. Now, to understand how leaders and their role in driving digital workplace, we have Jocelyn Owamuhoro, who is the Director Human Resource at Rwanda Energy Group and the Chairperson of the Rwanda Human Resource Management Organization. She brings over 17 years senior leadership experience across the public and private sectors, including banking and the energy industry. She is a strategic HR leader and specializes in talent management, leadership, among others. She's very passionate about positioning human resources as the key driver to economic growth and organizational performance while championing inclusive workplaces and women empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Madam Jocelyn Owamuhoro from Rwanda. By the way, you guys need to go to Rwanda. Hey, ushaisikia mahali kusafi? Hey, sijalipwa kwa hiyo advertisement, lakini nawaambia hivi. Jaribu tu ufike Rwanda. You will enjoy it. Na Jocelyn amewakaribisha. Wako na conference November, so mnafaa mupange mfike kule. Alafu, up next, we have Professor Godaso Shai. I hope I pronounced that right. Najua kwa hii conference nimekuwa na kibarua kingi sana kujua matamuchi ya majina. So Professor is a research professional chair at the University of Limpopo in South Africa. He is also the Vice President of the International Political Science Association, the President of the South Africa Association of Public Administration and Management. He has been involved in several projects related to public affairs, a development that has culminated in his extensive research publication and supervision record within the discipline. He holds a master's degree in political science, which he obtained cum laude, as well as doctorate in international politics. He is a recipient of countless academic and non-academic awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Professor Shai. And once again, we want to welcome Madam Edie. We call her Madam Edie, but she is the Executive Director at the Institute of Human Resource Management in Kenya. Her name is Kuresha Abdullahi, EBS, CHRP Kuresha Abdullahi, EBS, CIA, among others. Let's appreciate Kuresha as she goes up on stage. And then to moderate this panel, we have an amazing soul who I will not tell you one of his hobbies, but if it was not Ramadan, I would. His name is Mohammed Iqbal. He is a HR professional with experience from both East Africa and, what do we call it? It's East Africa and what? Non-East Africans. Is there anything like that? Right. So he is a PhD scholar in human resource management. He has 23 years of experience in healthcare, medical education, and mining industry. He is a poet. He is a songwriter. And he is a speaker as a hobby. Most importantly, he is a learner of life. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mohammed Abdi Iqbal. Hey, makofi jameni kidogo. All right. And we are going to have that conversation about the role of leadership. And I hope the microphones are there. All right. Can I have the mics kindly?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is the spirit I want right now because it's the last session. Before I start this session, I have a very simple question for all of you. And the answer should be you just need to raise your hands. The question is, how many times you have come up with a brilliant idea and you took that idea to your line manager and then you never heard from your line manager on it? How many times this thing happened with you? Please raise your hand. Only one? Two? Don't shy, your manager is not sitting here, please. And who are those managers who are sitting here right now who did the same thing with the people? Are there any manager available here? No. So purpose to ask this simple question is, like, we see one side of the story every time. We see we did our best and the manager do not understand what is actually happening. We brought a very brilliant idea, right? So here, the role of leadership in driving organizational digital transformation, that is the question. So you might bring out a ChatGPT idea, you purified it, and you took it to your line manager, and he might have also ChatGPT and got the same output, right? That is one of the things. But now we have experts sitting up here, and I'm going to throw questions toward them. Those questions who are right now written into the same paper, you have just QR code, but those questions are related to digital transformation and leadership. Before going further, Grace introduced me, but there are a lot of things which are left. You know, in my career, I started my career as a typist. How many of you have seen type machine? So the people who have seen type machine, they know there was a time when people used to write down letters. There was a time when telephone was invented and people start communicating through telephone. And now is the time we discuss our idea with artificial intelligence. So we have seen a lot of generation changes in our life, and now we are here, and we are surviving. So answer of one question that AI is going to take our job, no. If you are a survivor, AI is not going to take your job at all. And that's the time, that's the point when leadership come up and which identify the people, the survivors who are going to survive this transformation. To start this panel discussion, you already know about this panelists. I will go straight away to the question line. And the first question I wanted to ask, and that question is to ma'am, because she is sitting right on left side. How should leader prioritize digital? Actually, this question is for you, Jacqueline, but I was just going to ask. Pardon? I asked you this question, Jacqueline. How should leaders prioritize digital investment when budgets are limited, quick wins, or long-term transformation? How you take that question and how you transmit? And what are your comment on that?
Thank you so much, moderator, for the question. First of all, my name is Jocelyn, not Jacqueline.
I really apologize.
Okay. So this is a very interesting question that I would respond this way. We all know that organizations, we might have some limited budgets, and sometimes digital investment for some companies comes after others. They invest in other things, but digital lag behind. However, there is quick wins or short-term impact that we can do, and long-term transformation that we can do within our company. And how can we do that? Because I would say we need to start by sequenced impacts. We say, what do we need to achieve? How should we reach there? There are some quite steps that you need to take. And first of all, you need to understand the strategic clarity. Your company must align the strategy. For our strategy, these are the necessary steps we have to take. I would start by identifying, given the business that you are doing, businesses differs. Like if I'm in a hospital in health sector, if I'm in the energy sector, there are systems that I can prefer to start by other than others, comparing to others. So we need to start by strategic clarity. And then we make sure those you are starting with are not expensive and they are bringing the return on investment on time. That means when you strategize that way, company will see the impact in terms of the return on investment. And then the second phase will be to put the foundation of those systems. Now you are starting to invest in those systems that you want to achieve. Yet you have the limitation in budget. You go to start implementing the infrastructure, to invest in infrastructures you put in place. Then after, of course, you will be having the profit, the return on investment, step by step. Then I would say year one for 12 months, make sure you are implementing the short wins, the quick wins that will bring the return on investment at hand. Then later on, you start building those infrastructure. With limited budget, of course, you just put a certain percentage in those infrastructure that you are building. So later on, when you are going step by step, as I'm saying, for companies, let me take it practical. There is 50, 30, and 20 steps that you can do. 50%, that means you have established those quick wins. Then 30%, make sure you are investing in those heavy infrastructure. Then the 20 will come to sustain what you are doing. That means it's not something that is it is in place. So you make sure you are doing progressively to make sure in 5 years you will be having systems that are working. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The point to be taken that short-term goals and long-term goals and the strategy, that mix-up can translate what you are actually right now saying. It's very well answered. The next question I'm going to ask the professor. Professor, are you ready? So the question is digital transformation primarily a technology agenda or a leadership agenda? And there is another part of it, like we do in research, you know. The question is digital transformation primarily a technological agenda or a leadership agenda?
Yeah. Thank you so much for the important question. As I've been introduced, my name is Khotatso Shai. I'm South Africa. I'm happy to be here. In a nutshell, and I need to begin by highlighting that there is no binaries in terms of whether we should view digitalization as a technological factor or as a human factor. It's neither here or there, because digital innovations have got both a technological and a human dimension. And therefore, when we deal with these issues of digitalization of systems in leadership and otherwise, we should not look at them through a linear lens, but we need to adopt a form of a more integrated and inclusive approach, which is sensitive of all the dimensions attached to it. And because leadership is at the center of the debates and discourses about digitalization, it then becomes important and incumbent on the part of the leadership to try and close the bridge or the widening gap between the perception of the digital being a purely technological factor as opposed to a human factor. So leadership there becomes very, 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 very important. So I'll pause here for now.
Thank you very much. So if I put this thing into a nutshell, that digital transformation is a strategic agenda for leadership, that might be right.
I fully agree.
Definitely. I have a question. Sorry, I asked you first and now I'm taking you at the last. But the question is that beyond buzzword, what does digital leadership actually means in practice?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. And you've started by asking how many times have you guys sent a proposal to the leadership and then you got it bounced back. So the first thing I will say, as a leader, all these buzzwords, you must lead from the front. And that means, as a leader, first of all, you must improve on your digital literacy. That's the first thing. The second thing is, we're talking about digitization, tech, and also the big data. So you should be able to be a leader who makes decisions using data. That is the second bit. And when it comes to the whole change and what he spoke about in terms of the, is it a leadership or a technological issue, is that as a leader, you should be able to see when is the right time to invest into the issues that are coming. And this helps you to avoid this, because everyone else is doing, then you end up following the lead of others. So in a nutshell, for me, what it means is, first of all, understand it yourself so that when you're conversing, then you're able to make sense. And if you must bring it to your organization to make change, then it should resonate and make sense to you first.
Giving a detailed answer for this, Professor Shah, I want to come back to you, since you studied politics as well as, right? So, for you, in digital transformation, what is the biggest barrier actually? Barrier, trouble, problem in digital transformation for you?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. How do I put this? I need to say that, you know, from contemporary studies, shows that there is not a single factor that can be attributed to the slow pace or retarded pace of digital transformation. Because digital transformation as an idea, as a concept, it's very, very much complex. And therefore, its slow pace can be attributed to a number of factors. And this number of factors are a function of the fact that there is no uniform approach and understanding of technological innovation, because we look and understand digital transformation from different vantage points, it being scientifically, politically, ideologically, and even culturally. But for the purpose of this discussion that we have here, allow me to address what I consider to be the three key barriers to this digital innovation. And I must highlight that contemporary research around digital innovation, artificial intelligence, and other cognate subjects shows that at the heart of the lack of progress or limited progress insofar as digital innovation is concerned, it is not purely technological factors, but there is the human factor that is at play, that occupies a central position. For example, the Harvard Business Review, which is really an influential publication of research in the US, it reveals that the fear of the unknown serves as a hindrance to the desire, strategic desire to innovate at the digital level. We know that people are comfortable in doing what I may call routine work. They are comfortable in doing their work the usual way of doing it. The reason being that change naturally presents an inconvenience. It also presents not only inconvenience, but change is also painful, and therefore people are not amenable to change because of concerns around safety, security, and job tenure. Because now the current perception, which has preoccupied the psychology of our employees, it's always that it's mainly about seeing AI as a replacement of the human employee. So that creeps in psychologically a fear. And when people develop such kind of fear, they then respond by creating a perception that the reliance and dependability on technology is not sustainable. They will typically just sabotage the whole thing so that they can then be given that flexibility of saying, oh, if this does not work, go back and do it the manual way. But secondly, there is also a challenge about the digital skills gap, which in the case of Africa, it is even reflective of the intergenerational gap in terms of knowledge acquisition and education. So what we have seen here in Africa is that the young employees, the young people, they tend to be techno-savvy. They tend to even engage on self-learning processes about AI, technological and all that, right? So the young people can easily adapt because physically and mentally they are still active and otherwise, without insulting my elders who are here. And then in contrast, what you see, you also have what I term the old guard, who have been making this work, like signing papers, hard copies on a daily basis. They are used to that. So this is a challenge because we find ourselves in an era wherein we've got a polarized employment workforce. The old guard with lack or limited digital skills, and the young. So this is the challenge. The challenge is that the old guard is expected to mentor the young which is well equipped in terms of technological innovation as opposed to the old. So this now, it becomes a barrier because the people who are supposed to lead and drive the process of digital innovation, they don't understand it themselves. I'm very careful, let me say some of them. Lastly, as I promised to discuss, to limit my discussion to 3, will be on the question, the whole question of leadership disconnect and vision deficit. You see, in any company, I'm talking about leadership here, we have got a strategic vision, the overarching strategic vision of a company, right? And each and every department within the company or the department, it has to operate within its portfolio of operation or scope of practice to make a contribution towards the realization of the strategic vision. But more often than not, we realize that there is a mission drift in terms of strategic direction. For instance, any company that you can think about, if you're here in Tanzania, if you can ask the companies that are here, we say, can you pull the vision statements of your companies? They are well crafted. They very articulate, fancy, attractive, right? Some of them, they will tell you that, no, in our vision, we aspire to be globally competitive and locally relevant. I can tell you sitting here that there is no way in which you can be globally competitive when there is when you still have to submit a leave application form through a hard copy and your manager must still sign it. So that for me, it shows a disconnect between the vision, the strategic vision of our entities vis-a-vis the practical realities of our operations. By the way, even universities are failing because universities ought to be citadels of knowledge, excellence in terms of research and innovation. But you still have universities where the things that we are lamenting about the manual, the traditional way of doing things are still commonplace. And lastly, related to this, we've got different levels of leadership. Because when I talk to people, I often say leadership is not about being a director general or a minister. Leadership is a calling. You can be a leader without necessarily occupying a strategic position. So I will say the problem here that I see is the aspirations of the senior management, the middle management, and the lower level of management.
Very well said.
More often, it is misaligned, and it then creates a problem when we want to innovate digitally. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Very well said. The one point I have just taken from your answer is that the young generation who is well versed with the technology and the previous generation who are well versed with the philosophy, if both of these things combine, then the optimum result can be got. I got a question for you. Now, that question is related to return on investment, ROI. So if you want to choose, you want to invest on technology, or you want to invest on the leadership development. In both of these options, which will be a better return on investment option for you?
Thank you, moderator. It's a very good question that makes someone to think, because the two is really needed. We are talking about technology, digital world now, and what I can say first of all is that even though we are talking about technology, digital world, there is a human behind. That means if we are using those technology, digital world is using by humans, the leadership comes first. If you don't have a good leaders who understand digital world, nothing will move. That means on my side, I would say leadership comes first and technology follows. Why? Again, think about technology, IT tools that we are using. It fails. We need to adapt. Last year, the technology that was around is now taking another shape. The technology is always evolving. If you don't have that leadership, that will always saying, let's adapt, let's increase, let's, upgrade our systems, you will fail. That means leadership can drive digital world and can bring the return on investment higher than the IT tools or technology tools in the company. So in any case, if we are talking about leadership, we need to have those leaders with digital skills. It goes all hand in hand. Our bosses, our leaders need to understand the digital world we want, the technology that the business wants, and how should we use it, which circumstances should we bring those systems, how much should we invest, and how and when should we upgrade. So there is maybe giving the example for Rwanda in my country. They have invested in IT indeed, and last month in January, all public servants it was a compliance to learn the AI as a must. That was a must. Failing to abide to that law from the minister, you could have been even fired. So it was a must. I'm saying this because this is a leadership. The leadership is looking at what the world is now facing said maybe the government needs to embrace this technology. Then what should we do, as the DG in the morning sessions said about the plan they have for Zanzibar government. Because of the leadership, everything would go smoothly.
Exactly.
That means leadership comes first and technology follows.
Yes.
But leadership should be should understand the digital, the technology behind, so that they can drive to give out the return on investment that we want. Yeah. That's
Very rightly say, if the digital transformation is the strategic priority of leadership, then both of them will hand in hand work together, and progression and progress should be there. My last question for this session from ma'am, from you. Digital fatigue, how to prevent it?
Thank you for that question. And sometimes we've talked about the leadership, what to invest and all that. But within our organization, because everyone is digitizing or digitalizing, if you bring in documents, is that first of all, introducing too many tools at different times, whereby it confuses people. And sometimes the level of digital literacy, you've not trained your people very well. And the other issue, the third one, I will say, is in terms of when it comes to the investment and how well you make those investments. So, and for me, one thing that, first of all, we need to start with, and now following those three, is first of all, prepare your team and improve the digital literacy. I like what Jocelyn has said, that it's mandatory for Rwanda to learn about AI. It's the same thing for Kenya. We've invested, and the Kenya School of Law, Kenya School of Government has a whole lab focusing on digital literacy to the public service. It's available in person and also online. Maybe now they could pick a queue and make it mandatory. So once you do that, whatever you're implementing, do it in phases. Maybe now is when you're trying to digitize your processes, you could start with one bit. He talked about filling the leave forms. So you could say, for maybe if it's a HR process, we want to start and automate how we apply our leave. And then as you go on, now you do the whole workforce, different issues, and put it in place. But most importantly is how you manage that change. You know, most of the time people feel that we resist because of the change, but people resist because of the mismanaged change. You're not clear, you're not transparent about what you're pushing, you're not holding anyone accountable. It's because everyone else is doing, let's do it. So I will say the causes is too many tools, lack of communication, low digital literacy, and if you get to work around that and implement your tech issues in phases, then as a company, you will go very far. Have a strategy, like I've said, what can we do in the next 2 months, 3 months, 12 months, and then the whole circle will take care of itself, and you will have scaled your whole organization at a sustainable level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. You people, given your knowledge, you share knowledge, your experience with the participants here. Now, after this discussion, I open the house for question. Any one of you, if have any question to the panelists, they can raise your hand, and the mic will be in their hand, and they can ask the question. Anyone? That silence means there is no question, right? Oh, good.
Okay, thank you very much for a very wonderful presentation in terms of the moderator, the questions I've just posed, which provoked our panelists to enlighten us more about the issues of digital. Now I can make a little bit kind of a summary. The way, according to the response now, the presentation is exposed. It seems it centers on one thing, and that is change. And to me, it appears as if the only constant thing as far as the transformation of AI is concerned is change. And I think the literature provides that if we don't manage change, we will end up managing the chaos caused by change. Can they respond on that?
So you want me or you want the panelists to respond on that?
Anybody, not necessarily the panelists, even the members of the audience.
Great.
Yes.
So, you know, the change is the constant element in this universe, which is always happening. When we talk about technology, you see every day, you see a new iPhone model updates, a software updates, gaming updates, they are coming. So similarly in the technology, the updates are there. So as human, it is very difficult for us to match the speed of change. But what we can do to survive, we can work, we can learn. So that's mean, as Grace introduced me, I am a learner of life. If every one of us become learner of life, this technology or whatever is happening in the society will be adaptive to that. So we move forward. That was my view. I asked the panelists to give their views on that.
Thank you. Allow me to add on, and if I understood your question correctly, is that how do we, it's not about people are resisting the technology, but it's how the change is being managed. And that's what I spoke to. You have to, first of all, understand, you must have clarity of what is it that you're pushing. Once you get that clarity at leadership level, then you become transparent about it and communicate to the whole organization that this is coming and this is how to implement it. And the other bit is in terms of fairness. When you're going to train, are those modules available on going to train? Are those modules available online? And if you're doing it in person, have you ensured everyone has an opportunity to train on the same? But finally, if you want change to be accepted, is that we must trust the system. We must relate to what you're pushing. And that calls for a bigger picture of what I call being accountable. That if this does not go the way we plan to go, then are we willing to not hold everyone account? Like, for example, the agility that change is coming up with. Are we willing to learn from it and improve on the same? Thank you.
To add on what Kuresha said, I would emphasize on communication. Why do we resist on change?
The fact that we feel so connected by the digital economy and the digital world, why is it that there's a large category of people who feel isolated despite the connection? An example I can give is I went to a school, my former school called Gaza High School, and they said most of the time I find myself just talking to my AI. I don't have the heart to make like physical interactions with other people. I feel so connected to my AI. So I would like your opinion on this. Is it a threat to human connection, or is there some way that we can navigate this as the leaders that are discussing this topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Precisely what she wants to say, if I say in a nutshell, the technology and now gap in the communication between humans to humans, right? So what you say on that, Prof?
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question and the opportunity to respond. Actually, I think the question is essentially an extension of the question that was asked earlier on. There is an overlap. Now, I think the first thing is we first need to acknowledge that the increasing interdependence of societies around the globe makes change to become an integral part of human experience, daily human experience. So that is the first thing. And what I want to say is that we, at the leadership level, change need not be imposed or pushed on those who are supposed to implement or the end user. My view is that the best approach is to take a bottom-up approach. You know, when you take a bottom-up approach, you instill the employees and generally the people's sense of identity and ownership with the change process. So I'm saying that instead of change simply being embraced like it has been embraced in other parts of the world, we must appreciate the diversity and the complexities of our political and socio-economic environments, and also just institutional diversities, so that we do not have a single model or formula for, you know, fostering digital innovation. That is the first thing. So essentially what I'm saying digital innovation should be fairly and transparently negotiated among all stakeholders that are involved in it. She's talking about, the equation that she's also talking about, it also borders on the issues of work-life balance. Work and life balance. So my take will be, indeed, as you correctly said, it's good to work in a digital space, to innovate, work, have those meetings and what have you. But the danger is that the more you use over-dependence on a tool for any activity, being work or all that, it has got a potential to emotionally and socially disconnect you from those that are.
Okay. So, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge on this particular point. Shamim, the question what you have asked, one of the factors, as personally I believe, that is the fear. Because if we talk professionally, the factors which was highlighted by him, it's there. But when we lost that connection, when we are sitting with family, because we are emotionally involved with the family, our family is involved with us. Similarly, when we are talking to our peers, our colleagues, we are spending our time with them. But there are psychological factors which are there, because once we've been harmed psychologically by our colleagues, by our family members, we feel disconnected and we take digital equipments, mobile phone, laptops as our escape to not get into that digital or psychological trauma. That is my say on that, why we are disconnected with our family members and we are connected with more digital equipment. So that is one of the factors which is there. Ma'am Kresha, you want to say anything?
One thing that I always tell people is that the comfort you will get from speaking to someone directly and that hug is not what you will get in a digital space. Let me just sum it at that. There is some comfort that comes and it's a science which you cannot go against it. Thank you.
I think so. It's time to wrap it up, and I request Grace to please help me out to end the session, because it's been a long day, right?
Let's appreciate the panelists. And thank you for challenging us. You can just line up there for a photo as I welcome Cecilia Mtanga to come and appreciate our speakers. Photographer yuko wapi? Photographer umelala class? So yes, we can take a photo. Thank you for your insights. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lessons there. All right, so we are going to ask Mwenyekiti Kabalika, unaweza join kwa hii photo? Mr. Christopher, unajua hii kiti ni ya chairman. This is a chairman's photo, so lazima tumu-include wetu. Njoo upige picha. So we can take advantage and take a photo of the chairpersons. Yes, so let's take the photo. Piga picha haraka. Aweke kwa chaja. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Thank you so much. Ingemuomba one by one. Jocelyn, maybe you can come down here, and Madam Cecilia will help us give you a package to go back home with. And thank you very much for preparing and for showing up, and we really, really appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate Jocelyn as she takes her seat all the way from Rwanda. Jocelyn, ujawaambia karibu Rwanda, nakupa dakika moja. Eka mkoba chini alafu wape. Yes, just 1 minute. Yes, Madam Kuresha. Thank you so much for showing up in Zanzibar. And thank you for your leadership. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right, and we can have Mr. Mohammed. So thank you so much. I hope you guys have learned something. Yes, Jocelyn, you can take a minute and invite the Zanzibari Tanzanians to Rwanda.
Thank you, Grace, for this minute. I really appreciate you guys. This is Jocelyn from Rwanda. Your neighbor, the neighbor country of Tanzania is Rwanda. So, and those who like football, did you see jersey for Arsenal? Yeah? It's written, visit Rwanda. So this is what I have for now. Please visit Rwanda. And because we are HRs in the room, we are professionals in the room, and I am the chairperson of Rwanda Human Resource Management Organizations. We have so different workshops that we organize, but mainly we have the one in November. And Trapper is our partner, and I know they will share with you the flyer. Please book for November to come in Kigali. The hospitality will be on another level. If you want to experience that hospitality, please plan to be in Kigali. Don't miss out. And Kigali will be a very good country to welcome you, and you will feel at home. So this is what I can say for a nutshell. Otherwise, we are in touch. I appreciate Tanzania, and I will come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Madam Kuresha, can I invite people to Kenya on your behalf, or you'd like to do that? All right. So, karibuni Kenya pia, tunawakaribisha. Sisi ni mandugu zenu. Ukivuka tu hapo Arusha, 2 hours, uko Nairobi. Masaha? Uko Nairobi. So tunawakaribisha Kenya. Sisi ni mandugu kama East Africans, na tunaomba tuendelee na uhusiano na ujamii ili tuweze kugrow pamoja. Ama kugrow ni kukua pamoja. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of day 2 of the International Workplace Digital Summit. And I don't know whether, Dennis, we have any announcements before we call this meeting to an end. Katibu? Najua kuna moja ya chai, and ningependa kuomba msamaha for today. We started late and started. Lakini kesho, I believe the breakfast will be there. That will be served before 9 o'clock. So if you would like to get a meal in the morning, you can just come in early, grab something, so that when we start, we also hope to have a short day tomorrow. Our last session ends at 1 o'clock. We have Mr. Bavesh coming in. We have Madam Mercy coming in as well. Kesho tunasoma kuhusu cyber security. Tumeongea mambo mengi, lakini si unajua hata wewe email yako inakuwa hacked. Watu wana hack WhatsApp yako, alafu wanaanza kusema nitumie 1,000. Zikitumwa 1,000 kwa watu wako kama 20, mtu ameamoka. So kesho tunasoma kuhusu cyber security, na pia tunasoma kuhusu investment ambazo tunahitaji katika kidijitali. So at this point in time, I have been your host, Grace Nzula. See you tomorrow. Allow me to pass the microphone back to Katibu. Asanteni.
Clap for hands for Grace Nzula. Thank you so much. Sitaki kuchukua muda mwingi. Thank you for your time. I hope today you enjoy your session. Na tumejifunza vitu vingi. Tomorrow we have another day, another issues, another topic, another people, another moment. So stay tuned. Sawa. Tukutane kesho. Lakini before end of my speech, sorry for any inconvenience. Sometimes kuna kuwa na tension up and down. The schedule was correct, but sometimes sisi ambao we depending to supporting and managing people and managing our program tuna some mess up or whatever. But tomorrow we don't need to delay. Tunapokuwa tuna delay, tunasababisha excuse timetable. Tukija on time, we starting on time, we finish on time. Is that okay? So kesho, as planned on the timetable, the tea will be there as usual. And then about the iftar, we plan to have iftar tomorrow, but most of the people, they want to travel early. Lakini pia kingine ambacho, the big one, the iftar, it was supposed to host by the minister. Amepata safari, so hatuwezi tena ile target na meaningful ya kuhave iftar kuweza kuwepo because yeye ndo hoster. Kwa hiyo kesho tukimaliza the program is the end, there is no iftar. Kwa kusema hivyo, thank you so much for your time. Let's meet tomorrow. Be blessed. Thank you.